serious move, to be honest. And then, okay, position was got very complicated. He went for this interesting idea with g5 bishop e4, but I think I should have just played bishop h4 instead of knight c3 and knight to put the knight to g3. And I felt like I'm better there because I miscalculated. I thought bishop h4 he takes d4, rook takes d4, queen e5, knight g3, and he will take somehow something there, but it doesn't work because bishop g2, and a8 is hanging. And so anyway, I felt like that was critical moment, and then I misplayed it. It became very very sharp, very concrete. I don't know what was going on. But yeah, at the end I had this saving tactic with rook takes g4, after which I have just a very comfortable endgame.
Vladimir, I saw you listening carefully to the analysis here and kind of in your head also thinking, and I'm not sure that you agreed completely with the analysis there. Just very briefly, if you can.
Yeah, maybe I'm not totally agree. But at first I still I didn't understand the last relation which I thought at which point it was.
It's instead of knight c3 when you know bishop queen e7, and I went knight c3, you went queen f8.
Yes.
Yeah, just bishop h4 I think, and I went knight to g3 because I think it's much better for me to have knight on g3 unless you have something concrete, right?
Moment, but I thought that in this scenario, if you let me play something like giving e6,
yeah, and then knight g3, I felt like it's just.
I think this is the moment where we actually need a board here, which we should have done next time.
Yeah, but okay, maybe yes, but okay, I was not completely afraid of it. I guess I can take on d4 and maybe play.
Okay,
play this position.
Yeah. But what I did, I think it was just became very double-edged very quickly. I mean.
Yes, but okay, I still. Stay on the point that you did you did nothing wrong, and
yeah, maybe.
knight c3 was really painful to watch, and after this I just spent a lot of minutes because I cannot go for a very concrete line. I planned to play queen e6, and then it's very sharp, but looks like all variation works for white. The most important one after queen e6 is d5, queen f5, and here I guess everything is just like forced. Richard will take only 4, knight e4, bishop d3, knight d7 c5, bishop b1, queen g5, bishop h4, queen h5, b4, g3, and at this point you can simply miscalculate and misunderstand with black, because it looks like black is just about doing good job here, but after rook h3, g takes f2, bishop f2, queen g4, bc5, queen g4, queen g2, bishop f4, queen h3. It looks like finally white is much better after simple stuff like cd6, cd6, queen c2, and it's completely impossible.
Well, you both agree that neither side did anything wrong. So you both played well. In the end, the result was fair. How satisfied are you both with the way you played today?
Oh yeah, I felt like I had a very comfortable endgame around move 30 something. I don't know, after we traded on f3, king g2, it just looks really unpleasant for him with all these weaknesses. And of course I misplayed this within 5 minutes, the game finished, and at the end I don't even know what was happening. I had like 2 seconds, I just decided to withdraw. So obviously that is a very painful 5 minutes of my today.
For you, Vladimir, are you satisfied with your performance today?
Richard found this trick with bishop h4, bishop f3, rook g4. I start feel that I'm about facing really big problems in the game. So I'm very happy that finally on the clocks I managed to trick him quickly, and I was not forced to play such a game for hours and hours, because
a long time, yeah.
It looks like in such if it goes such a way, it's like impossible to defend with black this game after exchange on the free. But maybe I need to play something else instead of knight h5. Maybe rook h5 was much safer, and I need to do this instead of playing knight h5. Knight h5, bishop h4, I just missed many things. thought I maybe can play g4, g3, but after f3 he is also threatening rook g4 if my bishop is going away. So I'm just.
I'm sure there's loads of analysis we can go into,
yeah. So here it was like
okay.
possible to play something else instead of bishop f3
and finally, just a very quick question. How long does it take you guys to unwind after the game? Because obviously you're very hyperactive, you're very focused, and you're very super sensitive at that stage. So how long does it take you to get, quote unquote, back to the normal stage? You know, to relax and unwind.
It's also a very interesting question. Just what is the normal stage nowadays, you know, with all of what's happening in the world? And generally, yeah, like, do you want to even unwind? Maybe you just want to stay in the game, however annoying or however painful it is, yeah, because still it might be better
than the reality.
Going back to reality, yeah.
Vladimir?
Yeah, I also absolutely agree with Richard. During this time, it's just insanely hard to think about other things. I complain more. And I also can say that we had today chance on the board to spend hours, do not always check this news and write to friends who now on the bomb and
But just to focus on chess and
it's really difficult, and I know many Ukrainian players, and they're still in the country and just faces huge threats.
Well, it's a difficult time for all, and chess is a game of peace. So let's hope that we contribute in a way with this tournament to focus people more on the right path. Thank you both very much. We're joined by Grandmasters Evgenij and Shakhtar Mamedjarov, who just finished their game in the first round of the second leg of the Grand Prix here in Belgrade. You drew your game, gentlemen. It was a challenging game, as every game is. Shall we start with you? You're white. What's your assessment? What was the critical moment of the game, in your opinion?
Yes, today I played Shankland opening. Yeah. Maybe I have some chance. Yeah, I think mid game. Endgame. I think maybe slightly better. Yeah, maybe Ruy D1 is take maybe my opponent taught me bishop e4. I think this moment I don't think maybe bishop a6. I don't know. Yeah, maybe bishop e4, bishop a6 better. Yeah.
So Shakhtar, what's your assessment? Obviously, we've been discussing the game a bit.
In opening, and he played h4, very interesting move. Of course, I forgot everything because I don't. Maybe it's my first time who played the h4, but I think I do some mistakes after the opening. Also, it's the d6 move. I remember it's not very good move. I mean, endgame is still slightly better for white. But in middle game, I think he got good advantage. I mean, we can say it's advantage, not clear, but it's really good advantage. Two bishops against knight and bishop, but he missed my idea. Knight e5, bishop c4. I think after knight bishop c4, black got a very good chance to play for draw. Okay, I mean, I think I played not very good opening, and he played not very good middle game. For this
so in the end game, you both kind of agreed and came to the same level. Okay, good. And just to ask you, this is a very big event for Serbia here, the first time after 30 years to have such a big event. Have you been to Belgrade before? Obviously, this is a place well known in the history of chess. Have you been to this country before?
Okay,
please, Raf, you can go first.
Yeah, first of all, I want to say I played for Serbian club in European clubs. Yeah, for this reason, Serbia is, for me, is very. I mean,
well known.
good, yeah, and very well known. And also, Azerbaijan was first time European champion in Novi Sad, I think.
Okay,
Yeah.
so it's emotional place.
Novi Sad, yeah. I mean, I think in 2009, European team it was in Novi Sad. And I mean, of course, I like to be here. It's very interesting, very good city. I mean, okay, I mean, I know well Serbia.
So okay, obviously it's your lucky country and lucky city, so it's card in your favor here. Maybe.
I mean, I played not so bad in European club, and I played good in European team. But normally, yeah, I hope it's more important this tournament.
Okay, well, good luck. And for you, is this your first time in Belgrade in Serbia?
Yeah, first time I go to Belgrade. Maybe yes, I think Euro club. I go to Novi Sad. Yeah.
Oh, okay, well, okay,
yes.
so you've been. Okay, well, thank you both very much, and we wish you all the luck for the rest of the tournament.
Hi everyone, and welcome to the second round of the second leg of this year's Grand Prix series. I am woman Grandmaster Teodora, and I am very pleased to at least try to do this commentary together with Grandmaster Evgenij Miroshnichenko, right?
Brilliant, yeah. And you can call me Miro till the end of the broadcast.
Okay, so
welcome everyone.
So yesterday was a crazy day, right? We had many interesting games. And we hope to have similarly interesting games today as well.
Yeah, we also caused quite a bit of confusion sometimes, like forgetting about the game. And then, as it turned out today, we've mixed some, I take the responsibility for mixing the pools, right?
Yeah,
so
exactly,
what I thought Group B tends to be Group C. So once again, at your screen, you have the cross table with the results from day one. Right.
Yeah.
Hopefully it's visible, so we will not go on each game. Just you can check it yourself.
So, okay, so we can maybe at least try to remember a little bit from yesterday. So it's important that in Pool A, Dmitry Andreikin won with black against Grishchuk.
Yeah, that's a big result, of course. Yeah, like winning with black against perhaps the strongest player, the highest rated player at the very least in the group.
It's really a lot. And actually, he said that it's his first win against Grishchuk, so it's also really interesting.
Yeah, and today he's playing with Bakro. And doesn't matter the result, it will be his first game against Bakro, as you said.
Yes, that's also interesting. And in Pool B, we have, Anish Giri, who has won game against Tabatabai. That's not a big surprise, but still, it means a lot. And Vityugov won with black. So they're making the first move on game between MVL and
I think it's
Shaher Mamedjarov.
Yeah, Mamedjarov is MVL. It's the highest rated pair.
Yes, highest rated pair, yeah. So the first move was made by a minister in Serbian government, Alexander Vulin.
And I wonder what he played for MVL.
Yeah.
Was it one F3 by any chance? No. Seriously though, MVL is perhaps one of the players with very narrow opening repertoire. So I bet it was one E4.
Yeah.
So the game's starting. This is Tabatabai and Hare Krishna must be. Yeah.
And also, as you mentioned, for Vachier-Lagrave, I was curious, do you generally prefer to, let's say, have limited opening repertoire and know the ideas very deeply, or to sort of try to have wider and be unpredictable.
Yeah, I mean, this is, you know, kind of eternal discussion, and it all breaks down to like it's better to be healthy and wealthy at the same time. Yes, ideally you have a broad repertoire and you know everything, but it's regrettably that's not how things work.
Yeah.
Nowadays, the problem with kind of having the broad repertoire well, it's harder to guess what you will play, right? But if they guess correctly, then it's far more likely that you've repeated everything. Like
exactly.
if I play 5 openings with white, yes, and what
and
do
also
I
you have
do?
to be up to date with everything. So only if you're Magnus, maybe. It's
so you kind of look for some sort of a balance, I believe. It's like if you are that narrow as MVL, it works for him. But from time to time, he's getting caught, like in the Grunfeld especially, right? Sometimes it's kind of a novelty. You cannot really refute the Grunfeld, but I mean, a novelty, you have to react in a proper way. If he doesn't, and sometimes he doesn't, he loses games like straight from the opening. Right, but the example of the opposite, could be Magnus. Could be Magnus, who more or less plays everything.
everything.
But he's one of the few. It's not that many examples. Right. Just paid attention that Andreikin has the second black game in the row.
But it didn't turn out to be a problem so far.
All right.
And now he played e5. Yesterday he played
c5. Today he played e5. So more Spanish, but still no Berlin, right? a6, bishop a4, d6, which is known as... Wanted to come up with the name just to realize that it's quite possibly it's kind of was applied in Soviet literature. Once again, we used to know it like d6, 3d6 is a Steinitz defense, right?
Okay.
And then a6, d6 was kind of improved Steinitz defense or Morphy Steinitz defense, because apparently Paul Morphy was playing this. Castles and then...
Bishop d7?
Bishop d7, right. So there were times when those crazy lines were played, you know, bishop g4, h3, h5, yes. And here there would be a lot of funny theory. Obviously, to take the bishop is like too much of responsibility because you open the h file, you cannot move the knight away because queen h4.
You can just show it.
Yeah, like if the knight goes, it's queen h4 and black perhaps just wins. Right, so after h3, h5, that'd be like crazily complex lines like this, for instance, and then black would play b5, and after bishop b3, knight d4, and now you can take, and he takes, and you go knight g5, and black would go knight h6, and so on and so on.
But I haven't seen this line ever.
Knight h6, I think, I mean, hopefully I do not mix things up, but I think, it was knight h6, not taking on b3, but knight h6, because if you take on b3, some queen d5 would happen, something like that. Yeah, so it's knight h6, and then white does something again, and black does something, and so on and so on. f4, bishop e7, okay. I should stop. Bishop d7 is, of course, like much more reliable and much more in spirit of like the real Ruy Lopez, right? Bishop d7. So one thing to mention that d4. No, it's like not d4, logical, right? It's here. Yeah, here d4 is a little bit too optimistic because black goes b5. Bishop moves, and then black captures with the knight. Knight takes, pawn takes. And it's kind of a kid's trap, right? Yeah. So if white takes with the queen, he's actually lost. Because c5, queen d5, looks like the rook is attacked and f7 is attacked, but black goes bishop e6. After this check, goes back to d7. Queen d5, looks like repetition, but rook is no longer attacked. Black goes c4, wins the piece. Okay, so white's not lost yet after ed4. There is a line with c3, I guess, sacrificing the pawn. There is also bishop d5, rook b8, queen d4, but all in all, it's good for black. Even this line, like you just go knight f6, white goes here, you go bishop d7, black solves all the problems and potentially even more. Like black has potential to be better in these lines. After castles, bishop d7, d4 is perhaps just too late because b5 and all that, but in a little bit different way. c3, and then black has played g6. And this is, this is interesting because after c3, and not only c3, after bishop d7, let's say, black has quite a few ways of arranging the pieces, right? So the normal way would be, or the usual way would be knight f6, bishop e7 castles. But it's a little bit passive, right? Yeah. And also in the Ruy Lopez, it's very often that the bishop goes to e7, black castles, moves the rook, goes to f8, and dreams of playing g6, bishop g7. Right. So the other way, just to mention, would be some people play knight e7, knight g6 first, and then bishop e7. So it's only logical to try to play g6 at once, right? Yeah. To play g6, to develop the bishop to g7 immediately and be happy. The problem with that could be that,
But even this, like, it does seem a little bit passive for black. I mean, in general, like, after e4, e5, black had tons of different, more solid options, so it seems like one of the ambitious options.
Yeah. So now the debate would be with white. I mean, do you ever go like d5 and try to play some sort of King's Indian structures, right? Like d5 immediately, for instance. I'm not even sure where the knight's going because you can play knight e7, you can play knight b8 in order to take on d7 with the bishop. After knight b8, quite possibly, white actually moves the bishop so that you're stuck with the knight on b8. After after d5 and knight e7, white might choose to go c4, knight c3, and so on. And compared to all the King's Indian positions, you'd have a little bit harder time to play f5 because knight g5 and the bishops are exchanged, so e6 is vulnerable. You'll have to spend the tempo on h7, h6. Right, so that's one thing, white going d5. The other thing, I'm not sure what is the move, but they say bishop e3, for instance. I mean, once again, I'm not sure at all if this is the... you wait for black to play knight f6 and then somehow like takes, bishop c5, something like that. So there was such line. I don't understand how it works now because if I take, black can just recapture back with the pawn, it seems, or the knight.
Yeah, maybe even the knight.
Yeah, the knight e5 might be even more solid. So knight takes, pawn takes. Yeah, and e4 is hanging. I mean, that's my problem. So I thought bishop c5, like it would cause some problem for black's development, if not the pawn on e4.
Yeah.
So this doesn't really work. Okay, rook to e1. Okay, rook to e1.
So does black want to go knight to e7 or f6?
Yeah, that's the question. As far as I understand, if you play knight e7, then d5 is sort of strong because you don't have e7 for this knight, and you end up with the kind of one knight on b8, the other one on e7. White probably does not exchange, but goes like bishop c2.
And then maybe some early f5, fast f5.
Yeah, but once again, like compared to King's Indian ideas, right? Even if white simply develops his stuff.
Maybe a5?
Yeah, you can, but it's kind of, c5 is what bothers me in such positions, because like white will be much faster. Because like f5 and a5, black seemingly does two things at once. Like you want to care about the king side and the queen side at the same time, and perhaps black doesn't have such luxury here.
No, I just feel that, especially, okay, maybe not on this level, but it feels a bit like, how to say, I mean, white can get scared of these king's Indians, you know, where black's plan is really clear. Like, he will push, and if it's mate, then it's mate. If it doesn't...
Yeah, but if it's not mate, I mean, that's always the question, if it's not mate. Because, like, if we look at this position compared to quote-unquote real king's Indian, right? Like, if you have the knight on f6 here, then I cannot start believing you that he'll go f4 and somehow g5, which will be problematic, by the way. h6, g5 maybe, right? And it's still not the end of the world for white if he's careful. Okay, so knight e7, yeah, I'm a little bit worried about d5. And if knight f6, okay, this might be important. So if knight f6, then this is what bothers me a little. Like bishop takes, d e5, and somehow I hope that knight e4 doesn't work. Maybe it does, I don't know.
It shouldn't.
Knight e4, white captures here, right? Yes, but if knight e4 doesn't work, then after this takes, queen d8, rook d8, knight e5.
Knight e, oh, bishop e4.
Yeah, like,
yeah, this is
once again, it looks scary, right? If you've lost the pawn, this doesn't really work. I don't know, knight d2 or f3.
F3
yeah,
F3
knight d2 you can actually castle. Yeah, that would be silly. And then it's a back rank problem. But f3 is very annoying. f3 is very annoying. And if bishop b1, which is the only chance for this to work for black,
no,
I guess it's a check, right? King d7, and I take the rook.
Yeah.
And probably black wins this. Okay, it's a little bit far away. Once again, I'm carried away with all those lines. But it's principle a little bit, right? After rook e1, if you don't have the knight move, you don't have knight f6, you don't have knight e7. Then.
Yeah, but on knight f6, d5, maybe knight e5 is possible.
Yeah, d5, knight e5 is possible. So that's why I'm starting with bishop c6.
You're starting with bishop c6, yeah.
That's why I was kind of debating if knight takes e4 ever works. Because it might, in fact. I just thought, yeah, e d6, but you castle. Maybe this is playable, interestingly. So white wins the pawn. You take on c7, your pawn down, but rook d8 is coming, and maybe this is... I'm not sure, but this might be a playable position for black. So you have a pair of bishops for the pawn, and at least like all the pieces playing, rook d8, rook e8, you know.
I would still prefer white, but bishop e3, maybe bishop d4.
The pawn is the pawn, yeah. I agree, the pawn is the pawn. Okay, so rook e1, and Andreikin is thinking. And this will be perhaps the moment when we leave him to think and move on to the second game, which is for this pool, Shankland against Grishuk. Names are Indian. a3, d5, knight f3, and b6 immediately. Interesting. What is that? What
so
does
d4 is the move,
yeah,
right?
yeah. That's what I thought. Like especially after knight f3, after bishop g5, there is like the c5 thing. After knight f3, I thought dc4 was kind of automatic. dc4, queen c4, and then b6.
Yeah. No, bishop a6.
Yeah, the point was to play bishop a6. b6 immediately. It's not that something is wrong with b6, right? It's not like it can be easily refuted. But why? This is the question. Why b6? Why not d takes c4, which is known to be solid enough?
Okay, so now if let's say white plays bishop g5, still black can transpose to...
Yeah.
So white should somehow do something else, maybe? Maybe take on d5.
Takes on d5 is one thing. I wonder if queen takes in this case. Because sometimes this is what they want to do. Like c7 is probably too dangerous to take. At least I hope so. as black, right? If I'm playing, if I'm playing with black here, I hope like, yeah, okay, if you take on c7, I will find something. I don't know what kind of something it should be. Maybe knight c6 for now. Knight 6 e3 though.
Oh, so you're trying to take on d4, right?
Yeah, I want to take back on d4, right?
And can I move the queen f4? Is that...
Queen f4, yeah, but then something like this happened. e4 though. e4. I have a check.
No, I just thought some g3, bishop g2 if it's... But it's too slow, yeah.
It's a little bit too slow. I will also have some knight a5, knight b3 ideas in the future. So critical could possibly be this, e4, and then it's a check, you know, and it's extremely messy. b4, I will go queen a4, will not even calculate, knight takes b4. The bishop d2, I also go queen a4. Who knows? b3, maybe you just win with b3. But yeah, that's one direction. The other direction could be to say, okay, you didn't take on c4 now, so you will not take, or you will not take in such a favorable circumstances, like to go b3 or to go e3. And let's say to go for this plan, e3, b3, bishop b2, bishop e2, castle short, and so on.
And two bishops.
Yeah. So just, I'm trying to keep the position. I'm not trying to do anything crazy, right? And I'm relying on two bishops later on in the middle game. So this could be the alternative. But yeah, Grishuk played it relatively quickly by his standards. So it's clear he didn't mix up the moves order or something. Yeah, so he has his own ideas.
Okay, maybe we should move. I think Shankland will take some time.
So we move on to what? To
Pool
B, where the leaders are playing each other, Giri and Vityugov. Ah, my favorite opponent, the one I have no idea about. Do you have something to say here? Because I don't.
Yeah, as I said yesterday, I find it extremely confusing, and I'm just curious if these top-level players are generally really studying it very deeply, or they're also like, it's very easy position, they just go to game and play.
Yeah, it's exactly, it's two approaches. You may have some guidelines, like, okay, I do this, let's say I play a5, so he doesn't play b4.
Yeah, exactly.
I castle, I want to play bishop e6, exchange the bishops, this. And then each game, you're going to look at the position and ask yourself, okay, what move I'm playing now? Or, alternatively, it could be that they really have deep knowledge, deep understanding, and like for instance, c3 means that you have to play h6, and if it would be not c3 but knight d2, then you do something else. Anyway, the position...
Why does it mean that you have to play h6?
I'm speculating. h6 is one of the moves, as far as I know, because bishop g5, sometimes they find it to be a threat. But for instance, after, say, a5, they used to play a6 all the time, right? a6 before bishop a7, or sometimes voluntarily bishop a7.
Okay, it's more flexible, I guess.
Right, so a5 is kind of a recent trend. And bishop g5 now doesn't seem to be any scary, right? You can play h6, and if bishop h4, you can actually play g5, because you didn't castle yet.
But they still, I think they're still...
They're still doing it, yeah. So it's really, as you said, it's very confusing at first place. Okay, h6, rook e1 castles, knight d2. Now he goes a5, h3, he goes bishop e6. Then once again, it's not that I know, but I was told by smart guys that here, bishop e6, to allow this bishop e6 exchange to take with the pawn for black, is not good if white can play b4, a4 and seize the space. If you've already played a5, after h3 you can go bishop e6, and if this is happening, black is kind of less unhappy or more happy because there is no b4, a4.
But still, this is also a question. I mean, is this fe6 like good structure for black or?
Yeah.
But still, it can end up in some torture.
Yeah, for me, it's not clear at all, honestly, because it looks nice. I mean, when we were kids, I mean, I would consider this to be winning for black. I mean, as much as
Knight
this.
h5, knight
Yeah,
e4,
I mean, this is my open file. I go queen e8. I bring the queen. I go knight h5. I'm winning because I'm checkmating not later than in 10 moves. Right. Nowadays, of course, we understand it's fairy tale. It's not happening. And if white is careful, if white protects against all those threats, you find yourself not having a real plan.
Yes.
Right?
That's the problem,
Because d5 almost never possible. When it's possible, there is no follow-up. Okay, you played d5. I don't know. Let's do something for white. A4. Let's pretend black played d5, and this pawn is untouchable. Which might be right, yeah. E, D, knight e5 looks scary.
Yeah.
Looks scary. Right, but
maybe,
I'm not...
Okay, you can show it maybe just in case.
Takes, rook takes, and then... I mean, I'm not sure what I'm supposed to show, because
Bishop
bishop f2 is good enough. Yeah, bishop f2 is good enough, but I was looking for maybe for the way to get even more. But bishop f2 is good enough. King f2, knight g4, double check, which is important, and then we take the rook.
Yeah.
Okay. Right, so, but white doesn't really react to d5, right? Does his thing, I don't know what his thing is, like queen e2, queen c2, something. And then you realize, yeah, d4, you block your own bishop, right? Maybe it's the best kind of under the circumstances, but still it's not something that you would want. de, you leave yourself with weaknesses. So all in all, I don't think d5 is such a great idea. And what they do, they just keep these positions. So the knight goes to e7, g6, and stuff like that. And if white ever gets to play d3, d4, then probably white is better. Aha, maybe one more important thing. Let's say knight goes here. Why it is better for black to have the pawn on a5, so that after d4, let's say this exchange, there is a b4 square, right? So bishop can go to b4, or sometimes even knight can return and go to b4.
Yeah.
But it's still kind of not very pleasant, right? Bishop e6, and white played b2, b3. Giri played b2, b3.
Yeah, I think I've seen this move. It was played also recently in some game. The point is to take bc4 on bishop c4. Yeah.
Of course, yeah. That's once again, like if black simply takes, you perhaps take with the pawn. You have the semi-open file, same as Giri had yesterday.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yes,
I mean, he was white. It was a different line, but the B file here, and it will be extremely awkward for black, because for now, b7 pawn is not that much of a problem, right? But let's say, I don't know, so do something, rook b1, and sooner or later you have to decide what to do with this pawn. b6 is solid, but the bishop on c5 is immediately in danger, right?
Yeah.
So whenever d4 happens, the bishop is trapped. So it will be awkward. If bishop b6, then check Giri's game from yesterday. Right?
Also some c5,
Yeah, some rook b8, awkward. So overall, you don't want to take on c4, would be my conclusion. You don't want to take on c4. d5, probably hard to make work, d5, e takes, knight takes, though.
Actually, this
it's a question, c3 is hanging.
I mean, if black played with a6, white wouldn't have this plan, so maybe this is one of the sort of drawbacks of a5.
Of a5, But still, c3, maybe knight e4 jump is possible. Knight e4, bishop a7, e7, I'm not even sure. The pawn is still unprotected though.
Yeah.
Knight on e4 is not that great. No. I mean, d5 is certainly something that you want to, if it works, to want to play and just solve all the problems at once. So playing this mind game of guessing if Giri is prepared or not, I would bet that d5 is not good now, because otherwise why do you go for this position?
Okay, but he did spend some time.
He did spend some time, yeah. He did spend some time. Anyway, Gioco Piano, even though it's very popular nowadays, right? It's not very exciting for a very long time. So we will be back to this game around move 20, I guess. Hopefully they will clarify the position a little bit by then. What's the other game in this group? Amin Tabatabai
yeah.
and Pentala Hari Krishna. Where are those guys?
A second
game, yeah, here.
Actually, they both lost yesterday, so.
Yeah, so that's the only group, right? When we have two leaders,
yeah.
two leaders, two losers. Right. Here, it's a Karukan. And a bit surprising, or should I say a bit surprising, move 3 was not e5, right? Because now there is nothing wrong with either knight d2, knight c3, used to be the main line for ages. Now they almost exclusively switch to this, to e5. It's considered to be your only way of fighting for advantage. But the other thing, my original oopsie surprise thing, was that black plays knight f6. It's not...
So bishop f5 is the...
Not bad, it's playable. Magnus does it from time to time, right? I mean, plays these structures. But yeah, bishop f5 is known to be reliable and good. Knight f6 is very ambitious. c3, bishop d6. Actually, already here, there are some subtleties, like to start with this, to start with that.
No, also it's maybe important to say, at least I've been told that this pawn structure is very sort of, I mean, it's not bad for black, but let's imagine that all pieces are out of the board. If it's a pawn endgame, white would be probably winning.
Yeah. And I can explain this. It looks somewhat similar. Looks somewhat similar to this.
Yeah.
Right, and then you play something, he does this, and you go d4, and basically, yeah, if you know how the mirror works, so left is right and right is left. Yeah, when you look at yourself at the mirror and look at this structure, and okay, never mind the pieces, but the structure is exactly the same. The structure is exactly the same.
Yeah, that's really interesting.
Yeah, you just, left is right and right is left. White indeed should proceed accordingly. And interestingly enough, if you think, white is doing the wrong thing by castling short in such positions, right? I mean, compared to Ruy Lopez exchange, you would want your king to be here, right? And all of a sudden it's here.
Yeah.
So that's one thing. The other thing, I'm really kind of shocked a bit when white is trying to attack the black king in such situations, because once again, if anything is good about black's position, so his king is safe with 4 pawns being as is. Right, bishop d2, rook e1. It looks like white actually does the reasonable thing here, and then I don't know how it's played. You need to find a way to get the knight to f4 or the bishop to f4.
Yeah.
Black is opposing this, obviously.
No, I just think that I mean, I might be mixing up, but some f4 is also an idea in some positions, where you want to play against this bishop,
f4,
bishop on e6, yes.
And the knight on f8.
Yes, and on the knight.
Yeah, it could be f4 immediately even.
Yeah.
Yeah, the feeling is, in this case, both players kind of just, they know it and they just play this position. So it's not like someone has prepared some knowledge bomb and blitzing. Interestingly, I think with white, you never really kind of take this line seriously. You think, okay, if he will play knight f6, I'm probably better, I have better structure. And that is what black players, just once again hit the wrong button. need to go back to this game.
The last one.
See, yeah, I mean, it mixed up. Yeah. So that's what players with black kind of exploiting by playing this line, right? Because it's, yes, maybe white's objectively better, but it's still very complex, like understanding this structure. And there have been a lot of examples where white kind of over-pushes and then not even making a draw.
So, I mean, what is black?
What does black want?
Yes. What's the ideal?
I don't know, really. I think what you do with this bishop e6, you are not against, let's put it this way, you are not against white playing c4. So to such an extent that maybe you go bishop d5, provoke c4, go back.
And why?
And then, okay, let's for now pretend that white plays c4. And then you kind of claim that you don't care. Actually, c5 is something that you might be caring about now that I'm thinking.
They just look so passive
Yes,
for black.
Yeah, I agree. No, honestly, this specific position, I don't even know what to say. Even if, really, if white plays c4, intending to play c5, get even more space. I know some positions like that, like c5, d5, bishop goes, and then once again, some positions, not this specific position because I don't like the knight on f8, but some positions like that, they're almost a fortress, right? You have the kind of far advanced passed pawn, blah, blah, but black somehow says you will never be able to go d6, right?
Yeah.
You will never be able to break on the king side because I have more pawns there, so some sort of a fortress. But once again, it's somewhat depressing.
Yeah,
so you
exactly,
start, you have like plenty of openings where you can try to equalize completely or to play for initiative and so on, and you're choosing to build the fortress from basically from move 5 or something like that. So I don't know why exactly Harry chose to play this. Maybe he'll tell us later.
I also think that one plan maybe can be to play with black a5. I don't know why does it make sense. Okay, I didn't think, I mean, let's say if white doesn't play c4, I mean, what would be maybe ideal for black? Let's say to play, okay, white makes, let's say, king h1, some random move, and white plays a5.
Black plays a5, yeah.
Let's say king g1, just to show. White plays a4, and let's say black plays a3, and to play b5 to try to sort of stop this structure and put bishop on d5.
And then you control the light squares, and this, of course, is a beautiful setup if black gets it. Yeah, I kind of put the bishop on d5 and so on.
Yeah.
The other kind of, once again, universally acknowledged wisdom is that you move the pawns where you have more pawns, right? So it wouldn't be stupid to go g6, f5, kind of expand on the king side. But for now, it's a little bit problematic because you have this pawn on h6. Going like h5 doesn't seem to make a lot of sense, right? Even though some people do it.
No, actually, now I remember that they play h5
they do,
instead of h6, right?
Yeah.
Even in the beginning.
So
that's
here
the main
he
line,
went
maybe.
yeah, you're absolutely right. H5 is kind of the main line.
And there they play castle f4, and then it makes a bit more sense, yeah. So
Queen c2, rook e8, check, exactly. And then you have this bishop e3 line, which is also kind of possible to do. And then h pawn is hanging, and they play what, h6 or h5? Okay.
I guess both is possible.
Yeah,
but
kind of confusing. Yeah, knight e2, and then h6. h5 indeed is the main move. And then later on, I remember, yeah, the kind of knight goes to g3, and you have to choose if it's g6 or h4, and then if h4, the pawn is too far advanced, sometimes it's weak. Yeah, so we don't necessarily like Harry's position because he played h6 and not h5. We'll see.
So we can move from
For
this
now,
one.
yeah, for now Tabatabai is spending more time. But yeah, but these positions, once again, if you know that they are complex, right, you're incentivized to spend more time here to figure out the real plan, sort of. and then it will be much easier to play later on. I actually like your idea of going f4, f5. Can we do this sort of immediately? Because this one is not possible to take, right? Bishop a2 is always b2, b3. So g6 looks bad because of f5. f5 looks impossible because I'm taking it.
Yeah, I thought about f5 actually, if I can make some compensation, but I doubt.
Yeah. So it's not clear. It's either you do, well, maybe you do this, now that I'm thinking. Maybe you do this. And then if f5, bishop goes here, and then if c4, bishop goes here, and if this, but it's so passive. Yeah, like black has a very nice square, but it's so passive, so it's probably bad.
Yeah.
This knight c3, knight e4, yeah, it's probably bad. Then I don't know. To f4, maybe you do b5, f5, bishop d5, and hope to survive like this. But still, looks very passive.
Yeah.
Let's move on. Let's go to pool C. Pool C, we start with Vidit, right?
Yeah.
Vidit, who has won against Alexei Shirov. And today he's playing against Vladimir Fedoseev. And this looks fairly similar to what Fedoseev was doing yesterday against Rapport.
Oh, so Fedoseev is also twice black
in
a row. Yeah.
f3, d5. Vidit goes about it differently, taking on d5, immediately going e3. So now Fedoseev's will to play rook e8 is understandable, right? You put the rook on the semi-open file, bishop b5, c7, c6, bishop goes to a4, and knight developed to d7.
So maybe it's, yeah. It was nice to force black to play c6.
But on the other hand, I mean, I'm trying to, sorry for kind of keeping, it's not very informative, but I'm trying to understand what we should be comparing this. Carlsbad, it's not really a Carlsbad,
Yeah.
so I don't think kind of Carlsbad rules apply here. Is knight e4 a thing? I'm
No,
asking
no,
myself,
no.
yeah, it's white to move, say knight e2, and then is knight e4 a thing? Because I guess I'm not afraid of f takes, queen takes, right? Just good for black.
Yeah.
g2 is hanging, e4 is hanging. So after knight e4, white will have to take, and white will have to take back on c3 because a4 bishop is hanging. So take on c3 with something, not even sure.
Knight, I guess.
Knight, okay, and then rook a to d8, king f2.
Or d2.
Or d2, yeah, that's, I'm not certain. King somewhere, king protects the e pawn. And here, still looks like kind of slightly more pleasant at the very least.
For white,
for white,
right?
yeah, for white, of course, yeah. Because, I mean, I don't know how to explain it in the best way, but like on a feeling level that you have the majority on the queen side, right? And especially in the endgame, like it's very often that in order to progress, in order to make some sort of a plan, the real plan, you have to move pawns, right? You have to move your majority. And here, it's like if you move any other pawn that's c5, you create weaknesses, right? And how do you play c5 remains to be seen. I mean, you can probably do it immediately, but what's then? Right, like c5, white plays a move, and then it's not clear what's the follow-up.
Yeah.
And white can obviously expand here, g4, h4. White can also try to play
B4.
longer, yeah, b4 in spirit of the minority attack, right? b4, move the bishop, go a4.
Yeah, white seems to be
yeah,
better,
it's more pleasant. It may be, you know, it maybe looks better than it actually is,
yeah,
right? Because to me,
especially engines, for example, always give like it's fine for black, but it's much easier to.
Yeah, one of those positions exactly. When you ask the engine, if you have no understanding about this, like whatsoever, you ask the engine, and say, oh, okay, it's more or less equal, so you don't have to worry. But sitting at the board and always finding those precise moves to keep the position equal is challenging. So right, so that answers my question that knight e4 perhaps is not what black wants, and therefore white can play knight e2. Because if, let's say, if knight e4 would be that great, then maybe I would spend the tempo moving the queen so that knight e4 is not a move. And knight h3 technically, depending on where you want this knight to be, maybe knight h3 is the move as well. To protect, I mean, just to protect the bishop, so this knight e4 is not a worry, and also to castle quickly so that I will be able to play e4 one day, you know, and then this is like, use the f file.
Oh, I'm just a bit scared. I want to put knight on e2 because this rook e8, king e1, it's a bit...
Yeah, but you'll castle next move. I mean, that's the argument. It's just, the question is where the knight is better placed. I guess e2. In reality, that kind of e2 is where you want to be, with all the known plans of going knight g3 and e4, right? Black should organize c5 as soon as possible, it seems.
But it's not possible now.
It's not possible now, right?
We can take either knight, actually, and it's probably,
Yeah, you can take f6, for instance, and it's very annoying. Yeah. G. No, this is not serious. So that's...
I think knight e2 will be played.
Yeah, so the question is how, let's say, how to continue with black. How do you go about it?
Maybe knight f8? h6 to try to...
To unpin.
Oh, unpin, yeah.
Start with knight f8 or go h6 and yeah, let's do knight f8. Castles, for instance, knight goes to g6, and then we want to play h6 and force the bishop to trade, right?
Yeah, but maybe e4 is possible to play now.
e4. Wait, I think with one more pawn, I will be kind of more comfortable. You could have. Wait a second. Instead of e4,
to take on f6.
Yeah, take on f6 and play e4. That was my first reaction. But then I'm thinking, we just said that black wants to play h6. So let's make a useful move. Let's play, for instance, b4. I don't know if it's a useful move, but the only argument that I'm having here is that, yeah, it's more or less the same, but black just played h6 and I've played maybe a better move than h6. e4, yeah, this could be annoying. This could be annoying. Those positions are very tricky to play with, you know, hanging center.
Yeah.
With hanging center, because sometimes it's absolutely fine for black, sometimes black is, I mean, almost lost immediately. It all depends on the dynamics. And here it looks like white will be faster. It's very fast. Knight g3, bishop b3, like attacking f7, knight jumping to f5. Yeah, that's bad. So that means black is not able to take if all this happens. And then white has like plans of going e5, f4, expanding. So it looks like the opening didn't go all that well for Fedosseev. Or maybe there is some motif that we don't see yet. Like, yeah, 92 is very natural, very logical, and then he'll have to show us. At the end of the day, 94 might not be all that bad. I mean, it could be the best solution under the circumstances. Like 92, 94, play this endgame. It will be slightly worse for you, but maybe you'll make a draw.
No, I just think that, okay, he lost yesterday. Doesn't seem like a move he wants to make today.
Yeah, I agree. And more so, It's like if you want to equalize, you have kind of more suitable openings, right?
Yeah,
so my argument. This is partially what I don't understand about Grishuk's opening choice today. Like if we quickly go back to Grishuk's game, where he played, remember this, and after knight f3 b6. So I'm not kind of criticizing him or anything, but if you, I mean, dc4 is known to be equal and like almost a draw. Actually, they've transposed to dc4. But just the reasoning behind b6 move. You want more complex game, play something else, right? You want to equalize, go dc4, or just, I don't know, play queen's gambit, make a draw easier. So knowing Sasha, I believe he wanted to play for a win, or try to, I don't know, provoke Sam to, for something, for confusion. Bishop g5, there is no choice perhaps, a capture c5. I thought bishop a6 was the move, by the way, but c5 apparently.
Yeah, I also
c5 apparently is also playable, right? Knight d2.
No, it's weird that they're spending time.
Yeah, both of them.
Because it's very known position.
Knight d2?
No, not knight d2. I mean, after dc4, the queen
yeah,
c4.
dc4, queen c4. I think c5 exists.
Yeah.
c5 exists, and then... Yeah, but that's... Grishuk sometimes, he can spend half an hour
and still
knowing, kind of knowing what he's doing. And I imagine playing him also feels a little bit strange, right? So unless you're very, very experienced playing Grishuk, and then you're fine, you're just blitzing, you're knowing your stuff. But I don't think Sam had that many games against Grishuk. Then you kind of start asking yourself, okay, what the guy is thinking? Maybe the position is, more complex than it looks to me. And you start looking for those kind of hidden senses or hidden ideas. Knight d2. What's knight d2 is about?
Knight e4.
Knight e4. Does he want to play knight? It's not even a threat if I pass and then knight e4, knight d7, right? It's hard to say that it's a big threat. Yeah.
Something.
Maybe you're right. Maybe knight d2 in order to castle long. You know what? That might be brilliant. That might be brilliant. So you're castling long, like anything, but just to illustrate. Maybe you're just castling long. Because this is somewhat similar to some, I think that there used to be a line from the Catalan, okay, somewhat similar in terms of the pawn structure, the different pieces and so on. It looks like this semi-open B file, white king is not safe. Turns out it's quite safe, it actually defends itself, right? Defends itself. And then white plays the positional game, like e4, f3, develops the pieces and so on. So it could be that knight d2 is actually played with the idea of long castling. Yeah?
Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah, bishop a6 probably.
Bishop a6 looks far more like it, yeah.
Yeah.
White was ready to sacrifice this pawn anyway. Black was
black,
ready to sacrifice this pawn anyway, so bishop a6. And I'm not even sure if white is considering taking. Maybe go like queen h4.
Yeah.
Right. Anyway.
No, it would be also very interesting to... Okay, we can't check it, but I'm curious if knight d2 is played.
Yeah,
I mean, if
this
this position happened already, I'm not...
If it's a theory or not.
Yeah.
That's a very to-the-point question. Right, but where we were, I'm sorry to jump to Grishuk. I was just like, wanted to bring this argument that sometimes I wonder about players' opening choices, right? So you have an option of, say, playing solid.
Yeah.
You're probably aware of this, like especially for us, kind of not that strong chess players. There's always a debate. I'm playing with black. Should I be solid or should I play for a win? We call it play with black for a win, even though we understand that if white does everything correctly, you cannot play for a win with black, right? There's against any single aggressive line that you can think of, there is something for white that is super solid, right?
Yeah.
King's Indian, okay, go bit G3
of
system,
course, yes,
right?
That's very annoying, actually, yes.
Yeah, you play the knight of,
Yes.
actually, against the knight of, what's the most annoying? I'm not sure.
Against the knight of...
It's a lot of annoying systems.
I mean, depends also because
On
black
the
has
player,
many
right?
options. Let's say black can go e6, doesn't have to go e5. So g6, like there are things, there are ways to spice it up. But
yeah. So 2c3 a lap-in.
yes.
Bishop
yes.
b5 check against the knight off.
Yes,
And
for sure.
if we are talking knight off, if white actually is honest and plays the main Sicilian, interestingly enough, I would argue that bishop g5 system, I mean, it's very sharp. Like if you don't understand, it looks very sharp. Ah, okay, he played bishop g5.
Now you should get excited because
No, you shouldn't, right?
Yes,
because it's 20 moves of theory, and if you're lucky to know this specific line, you will make it go.
Yes, exactly.
That's very upsetting nowadays. So in reality, playing for a win with black is probably playing some kind of, flexible line in the Ruy Lopez, like playing the Breyer system, for instance. A lot of pieces on the board, complex structures, and then you hope for your opponent to kind of misunderstand, misplay something, and then you win in the endgame, distant
yeah, also
future.
I watched some interview, I think it was Wesley, who he was asked what's the, like, how to say, if you want to play for a win with black on d4, and he said Bogo Indian, I think. So
yeah,
it makes a lot of sense, yeah, to something between Nimzo and King's Indian, yeah.
Right, so back to Vidit is still thinking, right, on the move that we think will be 92, and the other pair in this group, which is Rapot against Shirov. Who is sacrificing? Who has sacrificed first? Shirov plays white. So before we jump to this game, I bet that it's almost 1 hour into the round. It's already material is already not equal in this game. I don't know who sacrificed what.
I think it's equal.
You're right. You're right. And yes, of course, very sharp game, Petrov defense. But even in Petrov defense, they found the funny line. Ah, do you know this line, Teodora?
No.
Knight c6, no? I don't remember who told me this, but like when someone, and this someone is, I mean, one of my friends, I just don't remember exactly who that was. He's a strong player, like Grandmaster. He says, when I've seen it for the first time, I thought it's kind of a mistake in the relay of moves, and probably d5 was played. And in fact, it's the system which was, I'm not sure if invented, but first played by Eduardas Rosentalis.
Okay.
Quite a strong Lithuanian grandmaster. Oh, used to be strong. I mean, I don't know what's his rating now. He's kind of older gentleman. Yeah, and it's surprisingly, it's a sound system in a way that it doesn't lose a piece. After bishop e4, black is planning to go d5, to go e4 and win the piece back. Same after d5. Might seem that white is winning a piece, but black goes back to f6, and this fork apparently still works. e4, queen e2, queen e7, so on.
It looks very strange.
It looks like a blunder. It can shock you if you don't know, but it is playable. The question is how to refute it. So what Shirov done? Actually, look at the clock. So Raport barely spent any time at all. Shirov already half of his time.
So do you know if 95 is the sort of main move?
Probably not. I would bet that it's not. Takes and d5. So this way, black actually secures a pair of bishops.
Yeah.
It seems, right? de, swap on d8, knight c3, and bishop b4. I wonder if white actually has anything here. Because bishop d2, I'm just taking the knight, right? Might be one of those kind of quick draw games.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, bishop g5 might seem like automatic response, but
yeah, bishop g5 check could be.
It doesn't do much. Because
Wait, maybe it does something. King e8, unable
long
to
castle.
castle long.
Yes.
Yeah. That's a trick. Moving,
yes.
Always felt a bit unfair. Moving two pieces in the same move. knight
Yeah,
and
you can show it.
So you threatening a checkmate, and you also unpinned the knight. Yes, like compared with to rook d1, it sounds like a bit of cheating. But probably, I'm just wondering, probably this is not refutation, but what black is planning to do, because otherwise, yeah, rook d8 is a threat. You're not in time to take the knight, and next move will be knight e4, right?
Yeah.
So after long castle, I'm guessing bishop g4, but this is where it gets sharp.
Yeah, I wanted to say knight d5, but he just takes on d1, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, I think we have to go on. Like knight d5, he takes on d1.
No, I think white can't
Two
take
bishops, right? I cannot take on
yeah.
c7. Yeah, I cannot take on c7. But could it be that I can take the bishop, knight c7, and knight b4 being a threat? Bishop a5, I go. Even this, like I'm not 100%. I know I probably should be 100% convinced. I thought c6, take on a5, take on d5. And my argument was that black cannot castle, so maybe he will have problems developing the rook.
Yes, he can't castle.
But he can play h6. I mean, this is what bothers me. h6, bishop h4, g5, and he will extract the king. Bishop h6, g5, and king e7. Bishop e3 as well. You can play king e7. So this is maybe white's not lost, but this is not how you play for an advantage.
Maybe rook d8 also instead of...
yeah. On bishop e3, you have rook d8. Yeah, you're right. Okay, so bishop g5 is something to try. Bishop g5 is something to try, but I think, judging on the camera view, I think the move has already been played. So we quite possibly didn't get the last update.
Okay, bishop d2 is black
Bishop
planning to
d2,
take on c3 or...
Yeah, but that's exactly what happened. Bishop c3, bishop c3. Now I don't think there is anything for white. Just,
Is it a game?
yeah. To such an extent that you can play...
It's the game.
you can play bishop f5, I'm guessing. You can try to play bishop d7. All right. Moving on, that was what? That was pool C.
Yeah, we finished with that.
And we have two more games in pool D. And in pool D, there wasn't a single result yet, right?
Yes.
All draws. So what shall we start with? We have what? Mamedyarov? Yeah, perhaps Vachier-Mamedyarov is the bigger one.
So that's the strongest match, yeah.
What is this? Who destroyed this position? Open Spanish. Open Spanish, something that, has very, very strange reputation, in my opinion. It's not considered to be very solid, right? I mean, it's kind of a sharp line. And once again, seems that people do not pay enough attention to Open Spanish, because you always have the Berlin, you always have the Marshall, you have stuff to study. And when it happens on the board, white actually is kind of surprised. Again, he took my pawn on e4, what to do? And Mamedyarov is the one who plays it very often. So against Mamedyarov, you probably prepare for this. Wait a second, that's too far. This is known. And then bishop e6. Bishop e7, I'm just looking what is the crossroad. Like knight d2 is always a move, right? Bishop c2, bishop g4, queen, what? Queen e1. This is something that I don't know.
No, I just know that there are some messy lines with taking on f2, but I'm not sure if it's in this... does black go bishop c5 at some...
yeah, in some lines
are there
he
some
does,
lines? Yeah.
In some lines he does. So here, castles, knight d4, And f3. Okay, so this is already something that makes it very sharp, right? It's kind of a pawn sacrifice, winning a piece. So I have kind of difficulty saying, is it white who sacrifices the pawn? Not really, because he wins the piece. It's a piece sacrifice for black in reality. f3, c5, knight e2. You can't keep the piece, yeah. Knight g3, rook e8, takes this one, bishop e3, and queen f2. And we don't know who's more prepared, because you would expect, I mean, having this position on the board, you would expect at least someone to be in the book.
Yeah.
Right here, it seems that Vachier-Lagrave is more prepared. Vachier-Lagrave is more prepared than, I don't even know. Queen f2. What's going on? 2 pawns only.
Yeah, and first impression is, let's say, if white manages to play knight
Knight
d2, rook a1.
Yeah, at least, yeah, it's like d pawn certainly has some kind of some value.
Yeah.
Right, the forward one's d pawn. But it's an extra piece, and it's not like white has any bad pieces. Like, so it's not like, I don't know, the bishop is stuck on a1 or b1. Right, so white should be better,
No, also
in my understanding.
c5 is hanging and f7 is hanging.
Yeah. No, you probably don't take c5 just not to, you know, not to mess around. I mean, if I'm allowed, my next move is knight d2. Like, I don't care about the c pawn.
Okay.
Even though you're right in a way that, like, if you take c5, you guarantee that d pawn is also weak. Yeah, it's also valuable, I agree. But first and foremost, is black protecting the f7 pawn now? Maybe he just goes c4. And if you take f2, if you take f7, king goes, and maybe black can hope to use tempi. No, that's nonsense, right? Especially after c4, you just take go bishop d4, and you are the one who is attacking.
Yeah.
I just realized. I was basing my calculation, deep calculation, on the fact that I can play rook e7 and kick your queen away. You cannot take on g7, Teodora, with the queen.
Yes.
But you can take with the bishop. It's mate
Yeah.
in one. Yeah, sometimes people just blunder mate in one. Right, so after f2, f5 is something that I would consider. F5, at least it starts making sense. The thing after f5 is that there is basically no way back for black, right? You no longer will have any sort of positional compensation. You can forget it. You will have to prove that this, I don't know, attack, whatever, works.
Yeah.
f5, because the bishop on g4 is kind of getting locked. Maybe it works. I don't know.
Can I play h3?
Yeah, I was hoping to attack this guy somehow, or this guy.
Yeah, bishop e2 maybe there is.
Yeah, there is also bishop e2, so it's not like I'm immediately punished. Bishop e2 and.
No, but sometimes white can even think about knight d2. I mean,
yeah, you don't.
It's not what he wants,
don't
of
actually.
course, but
No, I mean it's tricky, right?
yeah.
You don't want to give the rook for the bishop, but it's even less that you want to play rook e1.
Yeah. Exactly. Yes.
So in this position, I'm probably sold for knight d2. Yeah. No, but since discovering this f5, I realized that it's probably a little bit more complex than I originally thought. Yeah, h3 perhaps is a little bit too optimistic, but maybe we can do this first.
Okay. First of all, what happens if we take on c5? Because
we take on c5. I was afraid of rook. Sorry.
Rook e2, right?
Rook e2, but maybe there is nothing to be afraid of. Rook e2, let's say. Who knows?
Also, now it's just one pawn for
this is sharp, yeah, but this is sharp. As like queen d4, I'm thinking I can probably play the endgame, interestingly enough. Like take on b2, or take take g3. Just to illustrate it, this endgame might not be clear at all. Like I take b2. How does white develop all this stuff? Black's very active. Like d2 is a constant threat.
Bishop e3.
Bishop e3, right? But then, kind of, my question is, what's next? Bishop d2.
No, maybe even d2 now is.
Yeah, d2 is possible, but I'm kind of getting even more ambitious and want to say rook e8. If bishop d2, you know, rook e2. Rook d2 though.
Rook
sorry,
f2.
rook
Yeah.
f2. Yeah, that's. Never get too ambitious, guys. Be modest. d2. Yeah, it's. Then at least we are not talking about black winning this. Right?
Yeah.
There is a chance black makes a draw. It's basically enough to trade all the queenside pawns. I think. Yeah, black is not fighting for.
Okay, f5 was played.
f5 was played and knight d2 was played. Okay, knight d2 makes perhaps the most sense. Okay. Being solid. Now it's a question what to do. Because at one point c5 will be hanging. I don't know, g5, is g5 too crazy? Probably the answer is yes, but how do you refute it, right? Maybe the idea is that f4 is not such a big threat. Like you go f4, I take on c5, and my point was that if you take, I take back, the bishop is trapped.
Okay, you have queen f7 and bishop d4.
Yeah. You also have queen f7. But the thing is that this knight is not going away that easily, right?
Okay, bishop e2 was played very fast.
Instead, yeah, bishop e2 was played. Okay, makes sense as well, of course. Bishop e2. Maybe he's not even planning to take this rook. He just puts the bishop e2, the bishop on e2, so that it's not very comfortable for white to play. Queen f5. Wait a second. Is this possible at all? No, rook e3, right? Queen f5, rook e3, there is like... wait a second, check. Here, knight f5, queen g5. Right?
Looks scary a bit.
This time, yeah, queen g5 looks scary because of
back rank.
Yeah, I agree, but maybe there is nothing.
Yeah.
And if it's too scary, maybe rook e7 is playable. To discourage this line for white, maybe we can just agree that rook e7 is good enough. A pawn for an exchange, and this pawn is on d3.
Yeah.
No,
so
this is not good for white at all.
Yeah.
Queen f5 is not a clever move. Is there a clever move?
Okay, rook e1 looks
rook e1,
logical.
Okay. Sane move. Maybe not something like to be proud of, but at least a sane move. Anyway, the more we are trying to figure out what's going on, I think we are getting more and more confused. At least I do. Yeah, it's incredible Mamedyarov's ability to
play this position.
Yeah, to play these positions like all the time, and he actually he's comfortable doing this. Because some people, they are kind of forced in very complex positions tactically, right? And they can play it good on a good level, but there is always a feeling like, man, it gives me a headache, right? When I'm looking at this, right? And Mamedjarov, he's enjoying it. He really does that well. MVL used to be, in my opinion, used to be also in favor of this kind of, really sharp tactical games.
Okay, as he's playing neither, if it makes sense.
Yeah. Like if we recall, like first and second half of the candidates, 2021, right? 2020, 2021. yeah, for MBL, he's still kind of not back at the form we used to see him pre-pandemic. We'll see. And I just realized it's a second white in a row, right?
Yes.
For MBL.
Yes, exactly.
And yesterday it wasn't anything special, and at the end
it was even dangerous.
Yeah. At the end he was a pawn down. Today I don't know.
And do you maybe know what's the score between Vachier and Mamedjarov? I mean, is it some weird score that someone is winning more than the other one, or?
No, I don't think so. I don't think so. I remember them having like a huge tiebreak in Grand Prix Riga. I think, it was 1-1 in the finals, like exchanging victories, and then like I think what happened. Mamedjarov won at the end, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, but those two they have kind of the ability to beat each other. So that's the point. Like there was one crazy match. Like one wins, then the other levels the score, and so on. Right. So they are very experienced, of course, playing each other in the Grand Prix, in Grand Chess Tour. This you know, the American events.
Yeah, of course. Yes.
So they know each other well, and I don't think there is like, you know, disproportion is in score. So obviously someone has a plus, but it's not like huge plus. And when talking about huge pluses, from the very best, from the elite players, what we think? We think about Magnus and Naka, I believe.
Of course,
that's one of the examples.
And also, I might be mistaken, but I think Anish also has like weird score against Artemiev. If I might be mistaken, but whenever I watch the game, it somehow gets very in Artemiev's favor.
Really?
Quite a lot, but especially this rapid and blitz lately in these
that's
tours.
That's a story of itself, like rapid and blitz, right? But I was thinking of classical, and then it's not a big surprise that Magnus has a good score against everybody. After all, he's the highest rated and the world champion.
Yes.
Right, but with Naka it was really weird because I'm still not sure. Did Naka win? I think Naka finally won a classical game against Magnus before kind of turning full-time streamer. There was one game that...
Which game was that?
I don't remember. Just believe
no, I also think there was
one
game,
victory, right? It's a Bill tournament or something like that.
Yeah.
Right, but why I'm bringing this all up? Because Kasparov used to have like huge scores against the opposition. And then Shirov at some point was like -15, -16 against Kasparov without a single win. And everyone would be pointing fingers at Shirov, and especially since he was at some point supposed to play the match.
I know.
The match that happened with Kramnik on Shirov and so on.
Yeah.
Right. And then, as a kind of, person looking for curiosities, I've opened kind of database Kasparov against the best players of that time, and Shirov wasn't alone. Like against Gelfand, it was at some point -18 for Gelfand, and also not a single win in the classical chess, and so Kasparov was a monster on the chessboard. And Magnus, yes, he dominates, but it's hard to tell if he is not as stronger as the others, or just the opposition became much tougher.
Yeah.
So, like, yes, he wins almost every tournament he takes part in. Yes, he's first by rating and by a decent margin, but still, like, I believe years of Kasparov dominance, because when he was at his peak, I think maybe Magnus still didn't reach this. And who knows, maybe he never will, simply because other people kind of play better chess.
Yeah, of course.
So that could be the reason. But sorry, getting carried away with the memories. Rook to e1. After all, MVL says material matters. Rook e1. I will not give you my rook. But no one can imagine why exactly black has compensation here, right? Because it's awkward. I mean, how do you get rid of this thing? You're very unlikely to take it with the knight, anytime soon. So probably you will have to take rook e2 at some point.
Yeah. Okay, now c5 is actually, I think, really hanging.
Yes, c5 is hanging and f5 is hanging. Right?
F5
no,
is
f5
not,
is
yeah.
not. F5 is
Yeah.
still not hanging.
Maybe c4 is...
Yes, c4, it feels almost like sad to play c4, even though you're creating yourself a protected pass pawn on d3, right? Because of d4 square.
Yeah.
Right? So bishop d4, let me be like this. Yeah, bishop d4. So now finally I can say
Maybe
that.
instead of bishop d4, knight f3, was it? Maybe it's... I'm not sure if it's possible.
It is possible. Knight f3 is possible, yeah. That I cannot move this guy, I mean, bishop f3 is sad, rook e3 is nothing. Maybe take that, h takes. But yeah, but this is exactly what you were talking about, that if white consolidates, maybe he's still not winning, we don't know, but there is no question who is better.
Yeah.
There is no question who is better here.
No,
It's
this
like
already seems weird. Knight d4 is coming.
yeah, exactly. I
This...
mean, white is in control.
Yeah,
Let's
sure.
put it this way. Yeah, knight d4. If no better square, even like knight d4, bishop d2, right? And trade the rooks. And the only question is if you somehow magically survive with black or not. But yeah, we are not talking like full compensation. So that brings me to the idea that c4 is too slow. And maybe white's main threat is not bishop c5, but knight f3. This is the threat that we have to fight against. And yeah.
Okay, so if we manage to have f4 on knight f3, I think maybe that's the way to stop it.
No, but that you see, I mean, this investigation, it can go on and on and on, right? Queen c7 as an idea. So that after bishop c5, I'm hoping to have f4, right? After knight f3, I might still have a 4. Yeah. And in case of bishop f4, queen f4, I'm protecting the bishop on h4. If you take on h4, black takes on e3. But even this, I mean, at first you just want to stop here because come on, black has 2 pawns on the 3rd rank. But this bishop is in the way, right? And after something like queen, I mean, I wish I had like a better square. Like if queen f2 to g5 is the legal move, then I'm probably a bit more optimistic about black's chances. Yeah, queen f5, maybe queen f5 will do. Because e2 is hanging, right? The bishop can't move.
Yeah.
Even this.
No, rook f8, I think it's important that I have check. If I didn't have check on d5 or e6, let's say if king was on h8, it would be different.
Rook f8 and so on. Yeah.
Something.
You have rook e5. You have rook e5, but then I don't. I actually have queen f4, but then g4, queen h3. Okay. So weirdness continues. Queen h3, and then maybe that's where it stops because I don't see the next move for black.
I understood that if g4 is trapping the queen.
Yeah, like you can play g5 and threaten g4, but after knight e2, it's not clear what to do. Yeah.
Yeah, I think he'll take some time after rook f1 to think. It's very concrete position also. I mean, the cost of mistake seems to be very high. So
it's very often in Mamdyarov's game.
Yes.
Well, once again, you just said this, and I immediately realized that he's the one who likes this idea of disbalancing the position. That
hoping he will make less mistakes.
Yeah, like both for you and your opponent, every single mistake is very pricey. Because some people they prefer right the opposite, and there is no kind of right approach, wrong approach. It's just this is the stylistic difference, right? So some people play kind of a quieter positions, and then you hope to sort of accumulate small mistakes, right?
Yeah,
so
of
that,
course.
a slight inaccuracy, and now like in computer evaluation 0-10, 1/10 of a pawn that I've won on this operation, and so. And in Mamdyarev games, it's very often that like each single mistake will be deadly. Oof. All right. And there is one more game in this round, which is Yuyanyi. I don't know if I pronounce it right. And Alexander Pretke.
Pretke. Or Pretke and Yuyangi.
Yeah, Pretke with white. And that's another Petrov, and you'd be surprised the same line.
Oh, very interesting.
Knight takes, and D takes. Okay.
And how was it in the other game?
It was knight takes, and Shirov captured on E4.
And D5, yeah.
Yeah, D5, and that is it, yeah. But I'm wondering if Shirov's choice was actually kind of having draw in mind, which is a possibility. Like, because, yeah, I mean, you do not expect any other move but D5, I'm guessing.
Yeah.
It's not a very complex move to play for black. And it's clear if you move and white plays D5, he gets the space and at least some chances. Okay, in our game, D takes E5, knight C5, bishop C4, and D6. Queen F3, knight E6. A little bit awkward for now, right? But if white doesn't have anything better than taking on D6, then black is more than fine. Bishop D7. Bishop D7. So if white takes, it's what, rook B8? Is it? I always want to check all the greedy moves. Queen B7, yeah. I mean, first I also thought, yeah, like rook B8, but queen A7? Ah, wait a second. Is this no. Now you can go back. Yeah, now you can go back. I just thought like you go to A6, but you're still not running away, but you can go back from here. Right, so this is nonsense. Rook B8, queen goes to A7, takes on A7, and then it's not that B2 is such a tasty pawn, right? Because
maybe bishop C6.
After bishop B3.
After queen A7.
We play for kind of a big compensation. We go bishop C6. We threaten the queen. Maybe we really threaten the queen because now queen A5 runs into bishop B4. So rook A8 is a big threat, and bishop G2 is a threat as well. You are in a very good form today. Yeah, bishop C6, brilliant. I think white is in trouble. So anyway, bishop D5 was played. Black has to shut down this diagonal by going C6. Castles, knight D2, and then B5. Huge expansion on the queen side. Bishop B3 and A5.
Yeah, this move also, I mean, usually seem to be risky because it might just be weakness.
Yeah, but at the same time, one can argue that it's sort of a prophylactical moves against long castle. Because I find it to be very often the case that in such positions with open center, with open E and D files, if you can play long castle safely, it's very good because, again, cheating. Like you put the rook on the open file and at the same time you move the king. Like compare, ideally we want what? King in a safety somewhere, rooks on the open files, right? Yeah. This rook goes here, the other rook goes here. About the king we don't know. And then if we castle short, it takes us 3 moves. Castle short, rook f to e1, rook a to d1. If we castle long and assume that the king is on c1 safe, we save a tempo, right? So it's very often the case. Plus, sometimes, since there is kind of a lot of open files, sometimes it's kind of simplifications, the endgame, and once again, in the long castle, the king is kind of closer to the center. Right?
Yes, right.
So once again, I don't know, maybe it's just my speculations, but I think one of the reasons you go b5, a5, you don't want your opponent to even think of castling long. Speaking of weaknesses, yeah, I agree. If like a4. And you will have to play b4, this is not very good, right? But maybe you never played before. Maybe you go like knight c5 here, or
maybe bishop e5 also.
yeah, bishop e5 is another thing. Yeah, just press b2. If you go c3, then who knows? Maybe b4 now.
Yeah.
Maybe rook b8, the other thing.
No, so white will have to castle short, I guess.
After bishop b5.
No, generally after this.
Generally, yeah.
b5, a5.
Yeah, agreed. Okay, a5. Anything else to be done? a4 might not be that big of a deal for now.
Maybe knight e4 is also.
Yeah, a4 might not be that big of a deal for now. Knight e4, technically I can consider going a4, but yeah, but let's not. Let's just go bishop e5. Okay, and this is where I'm actually tempted to castle long again, again, yeah, and kind of show that this is not a very good bishop on d7, right? But black is not forced to play a4, so he'll probably do something like queen e7. But see, I mean, this is already getting interesting for white. So he castled long, even his king is not safe by any means, but the fact that the rook joins with the tempo, it's still like you have a lot of active moves, like queen f5, I don't know, rook h2 e1. I don't believe white's better, but it's certainly a very, 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 very interesting, very, very promising position, despite being like fully symmetrical.
Yeah.
So those are typically quick games.
Yes.
In terms of like, yes, something will happen. We don't know what will happen. So two scenarios.
Yeah.
Someone gets big advantage and so on, or otherwise like everything swapped in the center, just a quiet draw. But typically those are like fast in terms of number of moves, right? You are free to think for an hour or something, but in terms of number of moves, like compared to this Italian, when anything starts to happening around move 30, right?
Yes.
Here it can be decided on move 30 and sometimes by like full elimination of all the pieces and just a draw. All right, so finally we made it to, I mean, through the pools, right? 8 games, all checked at the very least slightly. So it's about the time that we go back to pool A, to game 1, right? But before that, let's maybe quickly go for a short break at, what's that, round 2? Round 2 from Belgrade. Yeah, second leg of FIDE Grand Prix. We'll be back shortly. Stay tuned.
We're joined by Grandmasters Alexander Grischuk and Dmitry Adreikin, who finished their games. Thank you both for joining us. It was a tough and challenging game with a weird twist in the end. In the Zeitnot, Dmitry, do you want to take us through those last critical moments?
Yes, okay. First of all, I prefer to play Sicilian because usually I play more solidly, Berlin defense, for example, but unfortunately I didn't sleep today at night.
Yes, you had a very rough trip. You just flew in today from Istanbul, right?
Yeah, very difficult flight, Moscow to St. Petersburg, St. Petersburg to Istanbul, and here. And I'm afraid that if we will play endgame, boring and long, and I'm afraid I will sleep. Yes, sleep during the game, like Vladislav Tkachov. Yes. So I prefer Sicilian, and I think it was a very interesting game. Critical moments may be an opening because Alexander had the option with long castle. Maybe it's very interesting. Black have attack on queen side. But okay, after Alexander choose, maybe the first critical moment, queen g3 move by white, because after knight h5, thought I will repeat the moves, knight f6, but I prefer g6. I think it's principle, because, oh no, of course, I think you don't have a plan, yes? Repeat.
Well,
No,
Alexander,
I didn't want to repeat. I just wanted to. Okay.
Yeah, but I want to play too because maybe it's last tournament. Yes, who knows? And
I
we
hope
need
not,
play.
hopefully
Yes,
not.
we're here for play. And in set note, after knight e6, I had to choose bishop h4 first, rook c3, and queen f5. 3 moves. I prefer queen f5, but maybe it's not a good idea because white had b4 for first, and after queen f4, bishop h6, and this is very dangerous position for black. But Alexander had a mistake, bishop h6 immediately, and in this position, black have a tactic, queen e1.
Alexander, I don't want to torture you too much, but I want to ask you one question. Mistakes happen. They're a normal part of the game. At what moment in this game did you realize that mistake? Was it the moment that you picked the bishop, or the moment that you put him on the next square, or at what moment did you realize it was a mistake? And how do you deal with such moments?
No, actually I didn't. I blundered many things in this game. This was just a decisive one. Before that I missed queen d8, then bishop d8. And no, actually Dmitry was thinking, then I thought, okay, this queen take e1 is maybe an interesting option. And then I didn't even have time to calculate it, and he played, and I saw I'm just lost here. And after b4, instead of bishop h6, black has to go to inferior endgame with bishop take e6, queen take e6, rook e6, ba5, bishop takes, rook b1. I think white is clearly better. Maybe black can hold, but definitely it's just the question is white wins or a draw. And after bishop h6, it's pretty much hopeless. Yeah.
Well, okay, this is the first day, it's just the first round, and obviously there was a lot of pressure. And for you, Alexander, it wasn't obviously your day. For you, you had a very difficult trip to come here. Just a final question: how long does it take you to unwind after the game, just to get back to feeling, let's say, quote unquote, normal, just completely calm?
No, for me, it's not so much time. Maybe 1 hour.
1 hour.
Yeah.
Alexander.
No, for me, normally it's also 1 hour, but now I don't think I will able to recover at all, because I'm very sad, very pained with what is going on. I will not use the word war because it's prohibited in our media, and I want them to be able to quote me. I was and would support Russia in, 99% of international conflicts, but this time I cannot manage to do this. In my view, what we are doing is very wrong. From both moral view and practice, and maybe our government, our president, they think that if they stop what's going on, they will have to resign, and maybe if they really think about future of Russia, maybe they think that it will bring big shocks in Russia. Maybe it will make Russia potentially break into pieces. Some regions maybe get separated. But on the other hand, it happened in Russian history many times. It would not be the first time. For example, 100 years ago, after February and then October revolutions, we had a terrible civil war. We had to resign in World War I. We lost a lot of territories.
Alexander, I'm sorry. I'm sorry to interrupt you. I'm happy. It's just we can go on this analysis, and this is very important what you're saying. But just because this is all obviously history is fluid, is always reinterpreted through time. But for both of you, it must be very difficult now to deal with this, and you're just trying to get the strength to pull through, I guess. And this is putting pressure on you for this tournament, if I understand right the assessment.
No, I don't know why you interrupted me. I wanted to finish, but okay.
No, it's okay. I just thought that we don't go too much into historical aspects, but I'm happy to just, if I get your point right, it's a very difficult moment for both of you and all players to deal with this.
No, basically, if you let me to finish, my thought that Russia braked several times in the history, but it always resurrected. Russia is like a liquid terminator, you know, then it all comes together. If we know that the truth is on our side, if we are feeling that we are with the truth, with the God, with the justice, and now, at least me, I'm losing this feeling with every day of what is going on, with every victim, with every bombing of the civil object. And it's extremely painful for me, and I really hope it would stop.
Well, thank you very much. Obviously, we're in a country which has experience with that. Thank you both so much, and thank you for finding the time to talk to us. We're joined by Anish Giri and Amin Tabatabai. Thank you both for joining us after the final game of the first round of the Grand Prix here in Belgrade. Anish, you won. It was a game with a lot of twists and turns, a dynamic game, and I was just listening to you and Amin talking before and analyzing. You just said that you were concerned in a couple of moments and very scared. So generally, how would you summarize the game and the way you played today?
Well, I wouldn't say concerned is the word. I was, of course, I thought at various points that he could have maybe played better. I don't think it was, relatively to my games, I didn't think there was many twists and turns. I think White must have been better throughout. Maybe somewhere I let it go a little bit. He could have been back. For example, anyway. But overall, I was happy. You told me not to go into the lens, so I'm not going into the lens.
No, if there's a very interesting idea.
No, not very interesting. No, just some small details. Yeah.
Okay, it's always in the detail.
Exactly.
I mean, from your perspective, obviously, in hindsight, when you think about your immediate reaction to the game, and in hindsight, when you think about some moves, where is the angle which you're sort of mostly, or your thoughts are mostly concentrated on now?
I mean, okay, after the opening, I got quite bad position. I was surprised by p4 and I didn't know how should I react to this. But I thought at some point I got some chances in the middle game. Of course I was worse, but when I played queen a3 and went like sort of in time trouble, I thought I got some chances, but then I made a huge mistake with c6. Because like throughout the whole game, my idea was to play c6, bishop c7, but in that specific moment it didn't work. I think I should have gone probably knight f6 or something, but after that I just collapsed down. Maybe in endgame I had some chances, maybe, but I think it was after that he played very well d4 with rook b3, which I missed. And I think after that White is just winning.
I mean, you mentioned the mistake you made. Yesterday you and I had a brief conversation about dealing with making strong mistakes and how to recover from that and how to get the energy and to find your way to fight back. How did you do it in this game? How was it?
After that I just started to play the best moves, but I mean I think it was already too late, you know. It's never too late.
It's never too late.
After mistakes, it's never too late. Yeah.
Why is that the logic that you only what is it saying, that only a game which is resigned cannot be taken back, so to speak? That it cannot.
Yeah,
be,
exactly. So it's very typical in chess and also in life that you make a mistake,
and then often it happens that you continue making mistakes one after the other. But in theory, if you are able to stop after just one mistake, you should be still be fine.
Oh, but theory and practice are often
That's
mixed,
the problem,
especially in chess. But how difficult? Let me ask both of you, and both of you are pros, and both of you made a lot of mistakes and learned a lot from them. Are there mistakes that you made in games which still stick with you in your mind and you can't get over, or have you managed to deal with all of the mistakes?
I mean, the moves, you mean?
Yeah, in the moves. Not talking specifically about the game, but talking in general, like through your career. Are there certain mistakes which still stick out as a sore thumb?
Of course, I made life. I made a few mistakes which I regret, but I mean, that's life.
But do you feel that you've learned from most of your mistakes?
Of course, yeah, of course.
That's good. Anish, for you?
Yeah, no, for sure. It's just important that the mistakes come not at crucial moments. So, if let's say you play the World Championship match and everything is at stake, it's a decisive game, and then you made a mistake, that's kind of a pity. But if you made a mistake somewhere else, and the crucial moment in the championship match you are able to learn from that mistake, then it's not so bad. So I guess, you have to be lucky to make the mistakes at the moment when it doesn't matter.
The least inconvenient moment.
Exactly.
Well, I wish you a lot of mistakes in the least inconvenient moment, both of you. Thank you both, and good luck with the rest of the tournament.
Thank you.
Thank you.
welcome back everybody. It's round 2 of a Grand Prix Tournament 2 in Belgrade. The round 2 is in progress, and there is a little trick, Teodora, that I've learned through the years of commentary. If you want the game to finish, go for a break. And when you're back, at least one game will be finished. It will be finished. Yeah, we have a draw in a game between Shirov and Raput. And yeah, maybe it's a surprise for some. It would be a surprise for some before the round, right? The two players with very original, very aggressive style, I want to say. Yeah, but this is what we had right after the opening, and this is how it finished. I mean, predictable, opposite colored bishops. There was an open D file, and all the rooks got swapped on it. Yeah. So no big surprises here. It's a draw, so it makes Shirov is on -1 right after a loss yesterday. Yeah. And Raput has 2 draws. For Raput, yeah, it's 2 draws, so pretty much the initial. No, so where did Shirov? I mean, I should not say go wrong, but it seemed like for black. Yeah, well, I think we can safely say that his choice here after knight c6 to take on e5 and to take on e4 is probably not the most challenging, because black just has this d5 move. And so d5 instead of taking. Yeah, I guess something that. Who played this? Predke against Predke against Yuyangi. Yeah. Yeah, d5 looks like would offer more chances for advantage. I just realized that after d5 you can technically win a pawn on h7, but you're probably not enjoying it very much, right? I don't know what's next. I mean. Can you play queen e7 instead of taking? Just don't take on h7. Play queen e7. Yeah, you can. You're right. So white's not winning. But queen e2, I'm not sure if I gained anything. Queen e2, and then you take. Or knight f3. Knight f3 first, double the pawns, and then you take. Yeah, brilliant. Yeah. Brilliant. Anyway, this is finished. That's a draw. And we should be back to Pool A. Bakro and Drakin, Shankland, Grishuk, what we check first? Let's check Bakro and Drakin. Yeah. So what happens here? I think we left it quite some time ago, right? Rook e1, I think, yeah, Rook e1, Knight f6. And then for some reason, he didn't take on c6. He didn't take, so probably there is the way to play for black. Just we don't know what it is. Knight d2, castles h3. This looks pretty modest, if you ask me. Bishop c2, queen e7, knight f1, queen f8. It's interesting that, yeah, the queen is sort of on the way for black, right? Yeah. And you don't really want to take on d4, sort of surrender the center, right? So, and Drakin, I would argue that that's an interesting idea to, like, put the queen on f8, maybe even consider swapping the bishops if so be the need. And you can play rook d8, bring the rook to the center. Yeah, but maybe he, I mean, the most natural way seems to be like h6, knight h5, queen f6, instead of this queen. Instead of queen e7, yeah here. I mean, that looks like the natural way to play. For some reason he decided this. Yeah, bishop g5, so no bishop h6 for now. After h6, white goes to d2, and that's something that you told me yesterday, that, yeah, very often they go bishop g5, provoke to h6. Provoke, yeah. Rook a to d8, finally white goes d5, knight e7, c4. Here, if black touches the queen or the rook, he's free to move any other piece. No, that's funny. Like, not very often. It's what, move 15, move 16, something, and then 2 of your pieces don't have a legal move still. Knight h5, logical. b4, f5, and this is very principled. So the question is, can you actually take with the pawn? The answer is probably no, since black captured with the bishop. because
No,
by
takes 95 probably.
by Indian standards, you want this, right?
Yeah,
you,
of course.
you want connected pair of pawns. But then you think 95, yeah?
No, I thought 95, but then I realized 94 is also theirs.
95. So if bishop takes, white's probably not unhappy sacrificing the exchange, taking on e5 or taking on h5 immediately. Yeah. This.
Yeah, this
looks promising. Yeah,
yeah,
I mean, if you manage to put the bishop on the long diagonal, it's actually quite scary. Right, so bishop to f5. After this exchange, probably still not pawn takes, but queen takes or knight takes, something. And white played rook to c1. Okay. So still kind of not the real King's. I mean, it does look pretty similar to King's Indian, if you ask me. It's just that white pieces are far away from e4, right? You would expect the knight to be kind of on e4 or closer to e4, like with the knight on c3, that would look very, very much like a King's Indian. Knight on f1 is a little bit sketchier. But still, overall, it feels like all those positions favor white. I mean, if you ask me, there are examples, like I think Rajabov was the one who would play f5, take with the piece, like there have been examples, like when back then when he was still playing the King's Indian, which he doesn't do anymore. Right, but overall, it seems that white, it's easier to play for white. And I'm saying this as someone who played a lot of King's Indian with black. So I remember, like you try desperately, you bring all your pieces and still there is no real counterplay.
But still, white should have some plan. Maybe bishop c3 and the knight.
Bishop to c3 and still try to bring the knight here, right?
And then knight f4 comes.
Yeah, so queen f7, rook to f8, right? This rook probably to e8. And then black will see what to do. e4, just swap and bring the other knight. Yeah.
So you would think it's more comfortable to play for white?
For white, yeah. My feeling would be that white is the stronger side here. I wonder if it's bishop c3. It feels strange to play bishop e3 because on this diagonal we already made 2 moves, but maybe bishop e3 in fact. Because what does it do on c3? It's not clear here. I want to have f4 under control. I mean, that's my argument. And then knight d2, or even this knight to d2 maybe. So that I'm hoping maybe h5 knight goes somewhere and then I go to g3. Or just go to g3. I mean, just to discuss it. How bad is knight g3? I mean, I understand the structure, right? So black effectively has sort of an extra pawn, right? But if I'm guaranteed to get this, I'm very happy. Like if I'm guaranteed to get a blockade, right? By playing g4, I can restrict the e7 knight quite a bit. So maybe even this is playable. And playable as in white is slightly better.
Yeah, it looks really good.
I mean, it might be interesting, like because that's the most straightforward way of controlling e4. If it works, then who knows? So I would think, yeah, maybe you take, maybe you actually have to be quick developing this guy. So maybe you take on c2, white takes with something, maybe rook takes, and then you jump to f5, g4, and you jump to d4. Maybe this is good for black.
Yeah, this looks good.
These guys. Why don't they play simple positions so that we can look clever and say everything is clear here. Yeah, knight g3.
No, it's also weird that I mean, Andreikin won 1 game, so he could have just tried to, play more solid.
Yeah, but on the other hand, if he wins
If he
two
wins
games
two
with
games,
black,
yes,
yeah,
yes.
who are we to criticize him, right? And judging on a first Grand Prix tournament, Vachier seemed to be pretty rusty, right?
Yeah,
so
yeah.
he is, of course, a very good player, but he didn't compete for quite some
Yeah.
time.
No, we should also say that, okay, I guess people know, but he was 2750, so it's not like some, you know, new player.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, it's interesting, as you mentioned, that these two, they never played each other.
Yeah, yeah.
Right, they never played each other, and it's apparently Vachier's fault because
Yeah,
he at some point he almost stopped. He is helping MVL on regular basis, and practically stopped competing himself. Yeah, as for the move, it's all good and all, but as for the move, what do we actually do with white? I wonder if I ever play G4 is great.
Now knight is protected.
Now it doesn't really make sense. Doesn't really make sense. You can take with the pawn. Yeah? Which makes me think, why didn't I take on a 5-1 move earlier? Because I wasn't happy with this exchange sacrifice position, right? Like instead of rook c1,
yeah.
if I would take here, now I believe you can't take with the queen, you can't take with the knight because of g4, right? And if you take with the pawn, okay, it's not entirely clear. I mean, sometimes in these King's Indian positions, knight f5, g4, and you say go, e4, and nobody knows what happens, right? Maybe black just wins material instead of losing materials. What, knight h2 doesn't look good. I don't know what it is, but it doesn't look good for white. Yes, so he went rook c1, and then black plays queen f7, protecting the knight, so we can eliminate bishop f5 because black takes with the pawn. How do we make black start trading? Is knight h4 an idea? Again, I'm looking for some way. Basically, I just want black to take on c2,
yeah, of course.
right? To force him, to ask him to please take on c2.
So if he manages to play rook f8, it will be some pressure.
There always going to be some threats of bishop h3 even. Yeah, so that's exactly what I'm somewhat. Maybe my bishop e3 is not that bad because I also protect f2. Yeah, like which is seen in this line, for instance, right? White goes knight d2 and f2 is not hanging.
Yeah.
F2 is not hanging. Maybe this is what you do. And then this is probably not what black should be doing. It's just to highlight kind of ideal scenario for white, yeah? This, and then we trade another knight, and still white has the knight on e4. He's better this way. Because the more pieces you trade, it's kind of the logic of this position. Yeah, you have to fight for e4 square. And you keep trading pieces, and the more pieces you trade, the more passive this guy on g7 is. Right?
Maybe instead of knight f5, there was some b5. I mean, that's always an idea, maybe.
Yeah, that's I agree. It's not very typical for the King's Indian because you practically never play a6.
Exactly.
Yeah,
but white usually forgets about it.
Yeah, like you play b5, you undermine this pawn, and you want to win d5.
Yeah.
Yeah, fair enough. That's also an idea, especially after queen f7. Maybe Andreikin's position is just good, who knows? Also the time situation.
Yeah, the time situation.
The time situation suggests this, because yes, it's move 19, so not that far away from the time control, but they basically only done with the opening, right? So it's a very complex position. Sometimes on move 20 you have the position which is kind of clear, at least in terms of plans, and then it's easier to play.
No, so it's very interesting what he said yesterday. After the game, I mean, he had a difficult trip, as you mentioned, And you know, usually after such trip, he didn't sleep and so on. Like some people would try to sort of play more solid, but he just said that if he, let's say, chose some Berlin or something, he would fall asleep. So he went for some crazy Sicilian. It was very interesting.
Yeah, that's also that also makes sense. Right, and yeah, you know, okay. I mean, obviously, it's easy to say now since we are watching second black game for Andreikin, and he seemingly has that kind of promising position. But I would think, even after yesterday's game, that he's probably he will have a very good result here. Simply because, like, yesterday was the critical game. So he arrived late, sleepless night, and paired against the strongest player in the group, and it went very well for him.
Yeah.
And partially, of course, it's his achievement, but partially it's luck, right? I mean, Grishuk could have done something else, blah, blah.
Yeah, of course.
And they say you need kind of a tiny bit of luck. If you're a strong player and you want to have a good result, you have to be in a top form and a tiny bit of luck in one of the games. Like how is a World Cup won, for instance? You're in a good form, you're a strong player, and you have to you have to get lucky in one match, like that you are supposed to lose, and then your opponent make a mistake, you win. Right. So maybe this was his bit of luck yesterday, and we'll see. Speaking of Grishuk. Against G4. What did he do? I was actually thinking of this G4, but I've rejected it after Bishop takes, Rook takes, because F3 is hanging, and I thought Knight F4. Maybe I was stupid to reject it, now that I'm thinking.
Yeah, I guess he has to take.
Yeah, Bishop takes. And my reasoning was that you take with the pawn and you limit the F1 knight. But now I see this juicy square. And yeah, both Rook E6 immediately or... No, Rook E6 immediately. And how do you get rid of this rook? Yeah, so white has Rook E2, white has Queen D3. This is not good. This is not good, okay. Let's rewind it back. Bishop C2, I'm probably forced to do. Yeah. Looks pretty forcing. This Knight F4.
Maybe
well,
Rook F8?
technically not forced, right? Rook F8. You're absolutely right. There is such move. There is such move.
Yeah, I don't think I want to take on H5.
Yeah, that's what I was debating. I mean, what kind of an endgame is this? White is not better. And we stop right here, right? Yes. Maybe black is better, maybe he's not, but white is not better. So he's not incentivized to play this. King G2 looks scary, but maybe it's the move. Because I don't want... Otherwise, I will have to play knight h2, and then my knights are kind of getting stuck, right? Because still, e4 is the critical square, and maybe after knight h2, you actually play this.
Yeah,
not to exchange. You want to have more pieces, and you want to have my pieces like the knight on h2, right? So this is something that I don't like. I'm thinking king g2. If the knight moves, then I probably find a better job for my knight. It goes to g3 instead of h2. Yeah, so maybe this. But the conflict is clearly on the board after g4, so we can forget about those positional factors and stuff. And yeah, it's really a matter of next few moves.
Yeah.
What comes from this game? I'm still kind of not 100% sure. Any chance for no? E4 is stupid. E4 you can just.
No, even bishop e4.
Yeah, you can take on e4. So takes here. Yeah.
Okay, let's say bishop f4, queen f4.
Yeah, let's look at this. Queen f4.
Knight g3.
Knight g3 looks logical. No, but I don't like it for black. I don't like. The more I look at it, the bishop on g7. You play e4, you lose the pawn, and no compensation once again because still the e6 square. Right? If you don't play e4, next move white plays knight e4, rook e4, even rook e4.
Yeah, it looks really bad.
Yeah.
No, it might have been missed actually, because black doesn't really check this kind of
yeah, G4
moves,
is,
yeah.
you know, kind of surprising.
Yeah.
Right, kind of surprising. It's interesting that it's typical to restrict the light square bishop, I would argue. I mean, sometimes in such positions, okay, not such, but similar, like from the King's Indian, so before he can play bishop f5. Sometimes he go g4, and especially if the knight cannot jump to f4. Right? Like knight on f6, bishop on d7. I go g4, I control f5, I limit the bishop, I limit the e7 knight.
Yeah.
Here, the common understanding is that there has to be something. No, you cannot play g4.
Yes.
The king is too weak. But if it's not, then yeah. Takes on c2, rook f8 played, as you suggested. I'm expecting king g2.
Yeah.
I'm expecting king g2, and we'll see how this develops. King g2.
Okay, maybe knight f6, and then this somehow this b5 looks.
Knight f6, knight g3, for instance, and then b5 to really try to win the d5 pawn.
No, but there is g5 also. It doesn't seem right.
g5. And then if I take knight g5, it's really annoying.
Yeah.
I agree. Knight h5, it's already a pawn.
Yeah, it just takes.
Already a pawn, yeah. Something not very pleasant, really. Okay, maybe Pakro will keep control over the position.
Okay, we can move to
Grishuk, finally.
Yeah.
Grishuk, it's a scandal. Grishuk has more time than Sam Shankland, only by kind of 30 seconds, but still, it's a middle game position, and Grishuk has more time. Something happens. Knight d2, that's the last time we've seen it. Bishop a6 indeed was played. Queen went to c2, not h4. Knight d7, e3, swap on f1, rook takes f1, c4.
King e2.
Yeah, now
Nice.
now they kind of exercise who's going to play the more original
Yeah.
move. c4 perhaps is a fight against the long castle, because I'm guessing in case of long castle, c3 might be the move. Point being, yeah, queen c3, rook c8 looks scary, at least would look scary to me. And taking with the pawn, then, yeah.
Yeah,
maybe
compensation.
Queen
is good.
a5 and so on.
No, but after c4 it seems strange, because white can capture actually with both. I mean, okay, but not with queen maybe, but.
What happens if we knight e5, knight d3?
Yeah, but still, king
right?
e2.
Yeah.
That's.
Knight e5. We have to be a little bit more accurate, right? But where the queen's going, maybe that's the problem. So you don't have a good square. Like if after queen c2 you go knight d3, then I'm happy. Yeah, king e2 winning a tempo. But after queen c2 there is also like additional tempi with rook c8 and queen b3, rook b8. Right, so maybe that's the reason why he doesn't take with the queen, and taking with the knight, who knows, maybe simple rook c8. Maybe a simple rook c8, but then you can you castle? That's the question. Because, yeah, I mean, it's easy, as a human player, it's easy to say, okay, it looks dangerous for me. But these guys, they are not operating in such terms, right?
No, after castle, queen c7, knight b6 on b3, maybe they take the pawn back.
How's that?
Castle and queen c7.
Queen c7. b3 is sort of the only move. And you can play knight b6, right? You can probably also play knight c5. And,
knight c5 is even better.
Knight b6. Which probably means a draw. Not necessarily, right? Yeah, so it like takes on f6, gf6, and some move away with the king. Probably makes a draw.
No, but I didn't like knight b6 because of bishop g3 maybe.
Bishop g3, queen c6, rook d6, take on g2. Actually, don't need the queen on the c file. I can go queen b7 even.
Oh. And also stops king to go to b5.
Okay, can go to the b file. So I would argue that black's objective perhaps is not to win the pawn back in this position, but just to kind of take on open more files and then double the rooks.
Yeah.
So this would be very sharp. So instead, he goes king e2, queen goes to b8, attacking this guy. Bishop g3, queen b7, attacking the other guy. f3, rook to c8. c1, knight to c5. And finally he takes on c4. Okay, so what's that? Is b2 hanging? First question. Queen
I
b2,
don't think so, yeah. Rook cb1? Is it?
Queen b2, rook c to b1. I was hoping for some jumps.
Yeah, it maybe works. Queen d2. Oh no.
No,
it doesn't.
Yeah,
Yes,
that's a funny thing. Yeah, queen knight e4, queen takes e4.
Yes.
Right.
Important.
And white is a piece up like this. So b2 is not possible to take. What he's planning? The knight e4 nevertheless, maybe. And then I can. What do I do? Queen has to go. And also b2 is hanging.
Maybe queen b4?
Queen b4, I'm a little bit annoyed with this check. I don't know why.
Yeah.
Kind of a check, which knight c4, rook b8. Again, it's so annoying. No comfortable way of. You know what? Maybe you go queen b3 instead of queen b4. So I want to trade the queens, and after this check, I still.
No, but rook d8.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
You're right.
Yeah, we can show it.
I wanted to be smart, but yeah, this is the punishment. There is still rook d8. Okay. Then my guess is that black is relying on this knight e4. And wait a second, rook d8 is always there. Like if I play queen d3, there is also, apart from picking the pawn, there is also rook d8. Then after knight e4, I actually have to, maybe we are back to your queen b4 move. Check and then just go back.
There's
knight d5. There is like a lot of
knight
stuff.
d5. Okay.
Knight d5 for the time being the knight is hanging, but knight g3 and then knight d5. Knight g3, by the way. What do we do? Trade, intermediate.
And what happens if we take?
Nothing. No, I just thought once again to be clever to avoid like rook b8, but maybe that's nothing to avoid. Because the alternative is to trade one pair of rooks, right? On c8, but maybe you're right. Maybe there is nothing to be scared of. That explains why they actually think for such a long time. And and it's kind of back to normal. Krishuk finally spends more time than his opponent. Went below half an hour. What he possibly could debate with himself is that maybe knight e4, even though it looks nice, right? It looks decent. Maybe that's not the only move in the position. Maybe you can consider like going knight d5 first for some reason, or even what's White's next move? If we think in these terms, like what's White's threat, quote unquote threat? Because maybe a5 is the move you play with black. I don't know.
Yeah, exactly.
Just for I mean, it's not a bad move. It covers some squares, and let's see what white is doing.
No, it feels very scary for white.
Yeah, that's my conclusion as well.
Maybe bishop e5 to try
bishop
to...
e5 is what white wants. Yeah.
No, knight 94, what did we say?
Knight e4, queen b4, a check, king e1. Let's play the most straightforward, right? We take. And rook b8 is something I don't like, but maybe not for a reason. Queen c4, queen d6. Then this is hanging and this is hanging. So still no comfort for white.
No,
and we can continue with tactics. Knight e4, knight e4, queen e4, and then it's a check and king goes. And yeah, you cannot take b2.
Yeah.
And I double checked it because at some point I thought you can take b2, and after this check you go to h7 and saying it's a checkmate, but no, white has rook c2 and then check back. Ah no,
queen
g6. Wow.
No, but first queen e5.
Yeah, first check, there is a 5. Oof.
Yeah.
Can this be right? I mean, once again, apologies. I understand probably in this line is like every second move is a mistake according to engine. But this is how human brain works. Like you desperately look for these tactics and you're getting excited, especially under time pressure in the game. Ah, well, now maybe this works. I'll try. So queen d6. The problem for white, if you don't have this sort of tactic to resolve everything, then you're probably worse, because how do you guard f4? It's not clear.
Okay, so in that position it's possible to play just queen e4 and on f5 queen c2.
Knight
I'm not
e4,
sure how is that.
This queen takes,
e4,
queen g3, king f1. Now, first thing to say is that maybe black shouldn't really be that brilliant taking on b2, because it's an equal material.
Yeah.
White king is still somewhat weak, right? You can play a5, or something, yes. Maybe the line is irrelevant in terms of black has alternatives. But still, to continue with this, it's rook takes b2, a check, king goes, and then rook c2. White is not lost though. Ah no, white will be in trouble, right? Pawn down if he goes rook c2.
No, I just thought queen e4.
Yeah, you're right. Give
but
a
I don't
check.
know how is it.
f5.
Yeah.
Queen has to go there. Nobody knows what that. This is, I mean, it would be scary for me, honestly. Like the fact that black starts pushing the h-pawn and the pawns are weak.
And do you generally prefer to have two rooks or queen? I mean, in general, because there are many rules. When is it better? When is it worse? It's very complex.
Yeah, I mean, usually, once again, that there is strange. I mean, it's a very strange word to use, because, like, if it's 60-40, what's usually still right? I mean, in 60% of all the cases, I would prefer. So I would probably stick with this argument I brought up yesterday, which apparently went very popular on Twitter. So 2 pieces is more than 1 piece, right? So usually I prefer the rooks, but yeah, it's very sensitive, right? I mean, everything's safe, king is safe, yeah, rooks all day, every day, right?
Yeah.
If it's something like this, we can't really say the king is unsafe. Yeah, there is no checkmate threats of some sort, but the fact that the h-pawn is running and I'm about to start dropping pawn after pawn after pawn, or I'll have to play some rook f2 and it's a bit awkward.
Yeah.
So in this position, at least what I must say, that I don't see white kind of winning, the scenario where white's winning. The king is always too weak, so black at least has the perpetual. And I can easily see the scenario where black's winning. He gets the pawn on h3, you are forced to capture it, and then he starts collecting all the stuff.
Also, black is pawn up, so...
Yeah, black is technically... Yeah, but that's once again an argument, because some people say, like, each rook wars 5 pawns, and then queen wars 9.
Yeah,
right?
yeah. So it's like balanced. Yeah,
yeah, this sort of a scale.
I just sort of heard that general rule is like that sort of better.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely, but it's not only applicable to queen versus rooks. It's again like any sort of imbalance, and you're fighting against rooks. Just think of it like rook against two minor pieces. In the end game, like rook plus pawn very often is better than two minor pieces, right?
Yeah.
You get more space.
Yes.
Yeah, but with minor pieces, when you control a lot of squares on the board, rook is kind of less useful because any square you go, you're getting traded for a minor piece. Yeah, and guys, please stop me because I can talk for ages about these things. Like there is a strange math paradox, if you will. Queen, I mean, when we are all taught to play chess and relative value of pieces, right? Would you agree with me when I would say two rooks equals queen? I mean, you are a beginner. Yeah, you take
course.
That's what we
I
all
would
taught.
agree, yes.
Would you agree when I would say queen equals three minor pieces? Yes, that's more or less what they tell us, right?
Yeah.
Sometimes queen is better, sometimes
Yes,
pieces are
yes.
better. But it doesn't add up. Rook worth 5 pawns, so two rooks worth 10.
Yes.
So the queen must be worth 10.
Yes.
But each piece worth 3 pawns, and then it's 9. So that's the confusion.
Yes, it's very, very weird.
And kind of coming back to a little bit more serious ground, I think computer taught us a lot about how powerful the queen is.
Yeah.
I mean, I remember analyzing with the engine, and weaker engine that is. It was like beginning of 2000s. So the engines were not, no way those were that powerful. And I see some not consider going with the queen against the pieces. And then the engine all of a sudden says, no, it's good for the queen. And you start following and you understand, there is like some crazy dynamic all over the board. That queen attacks, I don't know, a7 pawn, the next move h7 pawn, and this and that, and the pieces, they simply cannot coordinate.
Yeah.
And that was impressive, right? So still, human understanding matters, but this dynamics with the queen, I think.
No, it's even more strange that I don't know where did I hear, but I just think that I read somewhere that bishop is actually like worth a bit more than knight.
Yes.
But I don't think all people are familiar with it, because we are all taught that it's 3-3, so it's a bit deeper than just that. Yeah.
I guess for the programs, for computer programs, they actually set the value of a bishop a little bit higher.
Yes,
I mean,
a
it's
little
not
bit
dramatically.
higher,
It's not half a pawn
it's
or
like
something.
3.12 something. Yes.
But that might be reflecting the fair value.
Yeah.
And it's very, very easy understandable if you've learned chess in Soviet school, because like Russian names for the pieces, right? It's not the bishop; it's an elephant.
Yes,
right.
Yes,
It actually comes from. It's not that we made it up, right? The Soviets. It comes from the Arabic. I think in Arabic languages, it's the elephant. And then when you compare the relative strength of an horse and an elephant, the elephant seems to be stronger, right? Which is not that apparent when you compare bishop and knight. So the pair of elephants. No, in this case there is no pair of elephants, and the elephant on g3 is about to be exchanged. Yeah, but this line, kind of coming back to a little bit more serious topic, right? This line sort of makes sense. So queen to b4, a check, and takes on g3. And this partially, that's the reason why I thought maybe exchanging on c8 intermediately makes sense.
Oh wait, queen. Oh, боже.
Yeah,
I thought
this is. I made sure that this intermediate move cannot be met with another intermediate move, because I can tell you why. There was, I think it was Vidit. I don't know how polite would be to ask, but once, I think it was either Vidit or Vidit's game, and it was his opponent. There was a blundered checkmate on f1, not on e2, but on f1.
Okay.
So something, some kind of, first of all, it was a very weird threat of a checkmate. So it wasn't like queen on d3, bishop on a6. It was kind of a weird threat, which by accident happens on the board because of series of exchanges or something, and then the guy kind of exchanged an extra piece somewhere on c8. Yeah, imagine it's rook c8, but the other rook is on e8. Yeah, it was a checkmate on f1. So after seeing that game, I always try to check that I'm not blundering. Yeah, so check on c8, that's what I thought. But still, I don't see how black ever gets in trouble. I mean, there is always a feeling that the combination of rook b8, knight d5, and so on, threats to g3 pawn always should prove at least enough compensation. Grishuk, by the way,
he's taking a lot of time.
Yeah, Grishuk, by the way, spends all this time thinking on the move, on a knight e4 move, basically. I think he will end up playing knight e4.
Okay, queen d2 is not possible, so we...
Yeah, queen b2 we kind of figured out, right?
Yeah.
Rook b1. What else? No. As much as I wanted to make, as I want to make it work, I don't see. Yeah, it does trap the queen, so queen b2 is not possible. All right.
Okay, I think he will take a few more minutes so we can continue.
He did
play.
Knight e4. He did play knight e4. Okay, so now Shankland is on more than half an hour. So he has the task now to pick between queen b4 and queen b4. Is there any other move? Like queen a2 for some reason. But it still doesn't stop a check. No, it's nonsense. Yeah, I think it's queen b4. Okay.
What did we say about queen b3? I forgot.
Queen b3. There was something that we didn't like, but what was it? No.
It's similar.
It's similar, more or less. It's just that what we didn't like, I wanted to play queen d3 first, and this is an obvious blunder, right? Okay. But after this check, king e1, it's more or less the same. The queen's on b3. So it's not running into knight d5. But maybe this is what I was scared of, but for no particular reason. Yes, you have to take with the king, but you're probably okay with it. Yeah, and then go back to e1.
Rook d8, also possible. Rook d3, maybe it looks a bit...
Rook d8, king goes, and then rook d3. This is right.
Yeah, seems clear.
After that, give a check. You go here, maybe.
And queen c5 is...
Queen c5, and I thought rook b3. Well, I mean, maybe I can get interested.
I don't think it works.
Get interested into this, and knight d5 and king d3 and rook d8. So.
And get heart attack.
Yeah.
Yeah. No.
No, that's too much. That's too much. But queen b3 is an alternative for sure.
Yeah.
Let's leave Sam Shankland thinking about this beautiful position, and let's move on. Giri and Vitugov, Pool B, leaders in Pool B. Ooh, it's actually getting very exciting for Giri, that is. I don't know if Vitugov is excited. I was wrong.
This was Italian.
Plain and simple, I was wrong. Italian is a beautiful opening. It's very sharp, it's very interesting. That's the last moment we've seen, and I was the one to declare, yeah, you have to go d5. You have to solve all the problems. You don't solve anything by going d5, it seems. Knight e4, and here is where I stopped. I'm not sure if bishop e7 is not better, because look what happened. I mean, it's easy to be smart kind of after you know what happened in the game.
Yeah, of course.
Right, but bishop b6, yeah, I perfectly understand the reasoning. Bishop is more active. But what happens is queen d2.
Queen d2 is a bit
Queen
strange.
d2 protecting this, and it's more active than on c2. Maybe that's the only explanation. Kind of in current moment, it really looks weird. Why queen d2? But he's planning for bishop a3, right? He wants to protect this, and queen c2 is just kind of a worse version of queen d2. Queen c8, knight g3, attacking this guy. f6, d4. Now apparently you cannot take on d4 because something will happen on this diagonal, right? So e4 is kind of scary to think about. My question would be those moves like queen c8, f6, and queen d7 next move kind of do not line together well. So, and I'm questioning queen c8. So could he play queen d7 instead? I don't know. So he went here, bishop a3, rook to f7, rook e4. Kind of doubling the rooks, right? a4, b4. Knight f4, white takes. Goes rook a to e1. And all those guys are kind of out of the game. Knight g5.
Wait, why you couldn't play
d5?
d5, yeah.
d5 because of knight g5. That's what d5, knight g5. Yeah. Once again, tricky intermediate moves.
Yeah.
He actually achieved kind of the same without playing d5. So he plays rook e1. Perhaps black couldn't find anything better but to go knight g5 anyway. White swaps here, goes b5, goes h4, to knight b5 takes on g5 twice. So basically sacrificing a piece. And I'm not even sure what white's planning. I would think of rook h4 perhaps. But looking at the position, right, yeah, white is a piece down. But if we split the board in half, then on the king side, white is rook, queen and knight up. The queen can join, like queen from d7 can join the defense, but these guys kind of cannot. And this is how you explain how you sacrifice the material for an attack for the beginner, right?
Yeah,
so
yeah, exactly.
It doesn't matter the whole material balance, but the balance on the side of the board you are interested. And this time, I mean, yeah, you have an extra piece, I have a target. This is the king. Yeah, I have more guys on your king. Yeah. By the way, let's find out if
he played.
He did take on a3. So now Giri will tell us what exactly the plan was.
So do you have a feeling it's correct?
Yes.
On the first view.
Yeah, my first reaction is it works. Yeah, I don't know if it's the right feeling. Yeah, if I'm right or not, but the feeling is like it works. After rook h4, I'm still looking for the convincing move for black, because my threat is dumb but very direct, right? Queen h5 and queen h8. Queen h5 doesn't win the game, it wins the rook, like say any c6, doesn't make sense, yeah? Queen h5 doesn't win the game immediately if black moves the rook, right? There is no checkmate. But I win the rook on a8, which brings me to the conclusion that instead of c6, maybe the rook has to be moved. Oof. It's a very complex position, and rook h4 wasn't played yet, so maybe he means something else.
Yeah.
Like taking on e5 with the threat of rook e7, strangely. The feeling is like it's not how chess works, but who knows? We were taught Mamedyarov, something happened in Mamedyarov's game. Let's jump quickly there. It's pool D, right? Pool D. And it's a draw already. It's a draw already after rook e1, g5, and f4 and so on. Yeah. Okay. It's apparently a very sharp game. It's a draw, and now we have Shahryar Mamedyarov to explain what was happening there. So we are cutting for an interview with Shahryar Mamedyarov.
We're joined by Shakhtar Mamedyarov, who just drew his game with Maxim Vachier-Lagrave. It was a very sharp game. You said it was a crazy game in your words. This is an interesting moment as to Queen E1. Would you show us here what developed afterwards and what were your ideas here?
Yeah. Okay, we all remember this position from the game Maxim against Giri Anish. Anish played knight c5 move here, but my home preparation was castle. It is a very interesting line, knight d4, knight e5. Of course, we can discuss many variations because it's very interesting moves. After c5 is white is 3 moves, knight b3, knight e2, or just take bishop f4 move. I mean many moves, but I think he was also preparing for this line for today, and he played knight e2 and I bishop h4, knight g3, rook e8. Rook e8 is okay. Inside rook e8 is also move f5 is very interesting move. Rook e8 is both moves good. Black can play, but it's very risky position. I took big risk, of course, play without piece, but it looks very interesting. I mean, because black play without piece, and black play without knight, and of course is and not very good attacks because it's white. Every bishop's active, everything is very rook is good. It is normally is must be better for white, but it looks interesting. I mean, for humans, you see white is +1, maybe plus 0.50, but is I mean in Jane. But for human, it's not easy to play in the board. But he was, he say he forget analyze, but he play bishop e3, knight d3, bishop take d3, take queen f2, and I played here f5. Yeah, f5 is interesting, but because it's every time g5 move, f4 move. But it looks very strange because again, yeah, not easy. 2 bishops is looks very good. Rook is very good. Pawn d3 is very good. But how to play? How to continue to play? Because it's not easy to attack. If for black is no attack, if black will lose in a few moves because no piece. And I played f5. And here he played knight d2, and I absolutely forget everything here how to play because. Bishop e2 looks for human move, but of course is g5 or maybe put or queen d5. Black play without bishop, yeah, without no, I mean 2 bishops against 1 bishop to knight, but it's very strong d3 pawn, little bit passive position for white. But I tried to play bishop e2, and I think if he will take c5, bishop f1, black must do better. And he also think like me, and he not take bishop c5. Also, he miss my move g5. G5 absolutely only move because if normal moves is white, next move knight f3.
So you should have played knight f3 instead of.
Yeah, no, I mean bishop c5. It was here. Is bishop c5 is a good move, but after bishop c5 still is a playable position for black because is only one pawn rook against the bishop knight is still a normal position. Maybe slightly better for white, but he played bishop e1 and he absolutely missed my idea g5. After g5 is not easy to play. Which move he missed? Because he missed if play knight f3, f4. If bishop c5 is absolutely queen c7 is move. Not to take g3, first to play queen c7, because you double attack in g3, and if take knight h4, you can just take h3, and after next take h4. And here is black is better. I calculate my positions better. I mean, when I play g5 and I see my move queen c7, I think is my positions better. And he played very fast knight take h4, take, and queen f5. After queen f5, of course, I want to take this knight e2, and if take rook, I mean queen c5 or rook e2 is I think is position is better, but we both miss absolutely amazing move. Take rook e7. I mean it is absolutely I mean not sorry. Yeah, it's absolutely amazing move. I mean, it is not human.
Not obvious to the human eye.
I mean, it's for human IQ is too much. I mean, it's to not to take knight and just to play rook a7. Of course, now I understand why rook a7 is good. Yeah, I mean, I save my 7 lines. If check rook g7, my pawns is very good. But if rook a7, I don't know. If I played Rook A7, everyone start to say I'm cheating, not human, because to play Rook A7 to create, I mean, it's absolutely amazing move, Rook A7. I mean, we both missed this move, but it's absolutely strange. Yeah? I mean, how to play Rook A7? I mean, it's like looks like old Grandmasters, old Super Grandmasters games, not to take, just take again, not to take E2. And just to play normal moves, Rook F7, because his 2 pawns is better than white Rook, not knight. Knight, white.
Because you excluded that.
Because his pawns is coming. I mean, it's absolutely amazing. I mean, it was not easy to find. And I think if I need to play D2, is only move how I play here D2. And again, I miss Rook E2 because. I think is after this position, I can play for win, but how play? Queen E2, Queen G5 is problem. King F7, how play? Every time checks in 5 lines. Queen E5, Queen D5, Queen go Queen C5, Queen go King go Queen back with D5. No King B6 move because Queen
it's always
E6.
Exposed to checks.
I mean, it's draw. Yeah, I mean it's draw. It was. I mean it's only. I mean, key moment in the game, Rook A7 is absolutely amazing move, of course. It is very nice, very beautiful move. But for white is also is very important moment when he not take C5. He need to take C5 here. I mean, inside Rook E1, Bishop E2, Bishop C5 is white slightly better and to play this position.
So now after this was obviously a very intense game, and you told me you're going to be thinking about this game for quite some time. How do you feel after 2 days of play? Are you in a good mood? Are you psychologically where you want to be?
Everything is okay. I mean, we try to play because Grand Prix is absolutely different. Just 6 games. You need to play good 6 games. Okay, we took big risk, me and Maxim also. We want to, of course, play for win, but I mean, still more 4 games. We think try to play next games better. We have more 4 games.
But your appetite for risk is there. You're ready to move.
Of course, it's my style. I love to play very risky, but you know, today it was an amazing draw. It's very nice draw, very good draw. Every game took some risk, but sometimes win, sometimes lose, sometimes draw. But today's draw is okay.
Okay, as long as you're happy. Thank you so much, and good luck with the rest of the tournament.
Thanks.
Go back to the studio.
Okay, so that was a nice explanation by Shah. What it makes, still draws, right?
Yes.
In this group, yes,
Yeah.
it's second consecutive draw for Mamedyarov and for Vachier-Lagrave. So Yuyangi and Predke, they're still playing. I don't know, maybe another draw, maybe the most kind of the most peaceful group. And while
So
Shah was interviewed,
six
right?
games, right?
Yeah, we have 6 games left, and those which are in progress, those 6 games, things are heating up, right? First of all, it's this Giri position with Vityugov, where clearly something happening. Giri sacrificed a piece, and then clicking between the games, we came back to this Bakro against Andreikin, right? Where we thought everything was under white's control, or I thought at least. And remember, we were talking about some black playing b5 at some point. So Andreikin went knight e8. Seemingly no threat just yet. And then Bakro went bishop g5.
Oh, that's very strange.
That's very strange. I mean, the positional idea is understandable. If, let's say, black cannot do anything, that I probably want to exchange, and kind of my ideal picture is I have the knight on e4 against the bishop somewhere on g7.
Yes.
That's understandable. But how about queen f3, bishop e7, rook g3? Did he blunder this? Or maybe he didn't blunder anything? Sorry, king g3, rook d7, the bishop is getting trapped. Maybe he did blunder this, that
maybe
the
he
fact
did
that the
blunder
bishop
it,
is getting trapped.
Because if
Then
he
he
went rook
takes-
d7 immediately, he would have square for the bishop on g3, right? If he played...
No, but the rook is hanging.
the rook
right?
is hanging.
Yeah, so
So
it's like both rooks are hanging.
yeah.
That's why, like
So-
rook g3, rook d7. And once again, I want to describe it as an ugly tactic. Almost as ugly as yesterday's tactic Andreikin played against...
Queen e1.
Yeah. So ugly in a way, no, obviously not criticizing. It's actually, it was a beautiful sport and it was a very nice tactical operation.
Yeah.
It's just that from the position that you do not expect black to have tactic, same here in a way, right? Like, so Giri sacrificing a piece, he goes for a combination, right? Because he's attacking. Here, do you expect black, after playing knight f6 to e8, be winning some material and tactical struggle? No, right? And yet, bishop g5 perhaps was a mistake. Right, after rook d7, bishop d6, c, d6, a4. This time, I would argue that the task for black is much harder than yesterday's against Kulichikhina. I mean, so here, technically, the material is balanced. White has rook and the pawn against two minor pieces. For now, the pieces are not very active, right?
No, but do you think he went for this position on purpose?
I don't think so. I don't think so.
Because, it seems
because you have alternatives, right? 94 is comfortable. I don't know, other moves are like possible. So if, let's say, this would be kind of unclear position, and you spend a lot of time and you've decided, okay, I'm not risking in this endgame, it's unbalanced, but that's understandable. Here, you can put a knight on e4 and be kind of in control till the end of the game. You're not guaranteed a win, but white is better, right? So he probably missed something. Okay, a4, knight f6. It will still be a challenge for black to activate his pieces, but we'll see.
Oh, it doesn't seem very challenging, actually.
I'll go here.
Let's say rook c7.
Rook c7, and I will... rook c7, you're actually attacking stuff, right?
Yeah.
Rook c1. And this is maybe the moment when you go h5, right? This is maybe the moment you go h5. With the idea to play bishop h6. g5, and then you give me a check. Now go here, not to lose the pawn, and then you play rook f7, and you're a leader of a group with 2 points out of 2, because I cannot stop rook f4.
Yeah, there was some also if bishop f6. I don't know if it was possible.
After
king h4, bishop f6.
Whoa.
I'm not sure, and then rook h7, but I'm not sure that it. I think it should work. There will be rook g1.
Yeah, I mean, it's too quiet of a move.
Yeah.
I mean, if you want a quiet move, instead of rook f7, you could have gone some, like, king f7 to take knight g5 to play bishop f6, but why do you need this, right?
Yeah.
Like, rook f7.
Yeah, right.
Just wins.
Right.
So, yes, and a5, by the way, is played. No? Yeah, it is played. a5 is, of course, very tempting, because one of the things that black might want is to go b5 again, right, and then win the d5. The other, far more lengthy maneuver, but one day the bishop might come to this. By the way, just realize that a5 doesn't actually stop it, because I mean it's a long.
It's very, very long.
It's a long way.
It's very long.
But yeah, the bishop at least has the potential to get.
So also instead of, I mean, if white didn't push a5, maybe black could have pushed a5 also. Not b5, but a5 to secure c5 square. That's also an idea. So a5 actually for white, I think, is sort of not the only move, but most practical move for sure.
Yeah, perhaps it is a standard move.
Yeah.
Right. After a5, rook c7, you were absolutely correct. But my rook c1 was stupid. Rook e2, of course, yes, still controlling the e4 square. So now h5 is far less efficient. White goes g5, kicks the knight away, right? And then goes, I don't know, h4. Maybe no need for h4.
So should black try to go for some b6, maybe?
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. So first, I thought, like, h5 you shouldn't do, because h5, g5. And yeah, the knight is forced away. But after knight d7, yeah, you're right. b6 is actually sort of an idea, right? The question is, do we include h5, g5? Maybe you just go immediately knight d7, so keeping an option of, or rather dreaming of bishop f6, bishop g5 one day. And yeah, like, let's pretend white just plays f3. Just wanted to highlight something. Bishop f6, h4, g5 we can play, so that if pawn takes bishop g5, bishop is active, white happily closes everything. And then, believe it or not, but I think we have the time to bring the bishop to a7. For white, it's not very easy to open. So, I mean, c5, but this is like not easy at all. b5, I'm always happy to meet b5 with knight c5.
Yeah.
It might be that black actually has kind of enough time to...
Yeah, maybe also e4 is an idea.
Yeah, one day e4 and then jump with one of the pieces to e5.
No, it looks good for
yeah,
black.
It looks good for black, and once again, it's just kind of a rough estimation of what black can do. Maybe there is a kind of more precise way. So Andreikin is in a position to win second game in a row with black, and that's, of course, is a very, very impressive performance. Okay, so there is that. There is Sam Shankland against Alex Kryschuk. After, hang on a second, knight e4, just quickly we'll click through the moves.
So queen d3.
Queen b3, it's a check, and he did find courage to go for knight c4, which I thought was too much. Kryschuk goes rook c6, and then, yeah, wins back the piece. Rook takes c4. Swapping the queen as well. This is surprising.
Yeah, he was forced to because of rook c1, I guess.
Because of rook c1, and this is a good explanation, in fact, because this kind of a, I don't know what, battery, pin, whatever,
something in the
right?
middle,
You believe it to work for black because of rook c2 threat.
Yeah.
Like all the time.
Exactly.
b3, rook c2, yeah. But after rook c1, rook c2 doesn't actually work. And what you have to do is you have to play rook c6, and then white trades, and you are left with your rook on a6, and white is up a pawn. So maybe, once again, it's just a speculation, but it could have been that originally he went for all that, thinking that, yeah, now rook c4, and go figure how to save yourself from rook c2. And then ended up trading the queens, because now, you probably win the pawn back, yeah? But I want to argue that white is better after king d3. You take rook e4, but then how awkward this rook is, right? And I have choices. I have b4, I have rook c1, hoping to invade. I don't know, check rook c7, perhaps is a threat. b4 I like even more because the rook is still stuck. The knight is tied down to defend the rook. So you're going to have to play some rook g4, right?
No, let's say if you don't play rook g4, I will play h3, I think.
Oh yeah, beautiful. b4,
that's very nice.
Yeah, b4, let's, I mean, I don't know if it makes sense, but I mean, if you just pass, then yeah, then h3 and rook f1 is winning.
Yeah, yes, it's very nice.
I was thinking of a5. Now, one of the things you can do, you can go b5 and say b pawn is promoting, yeah, because this no longer works. I mean, I thought it's beautiful. It probably wins material, but loses the game because a pawn will promote, right? Rook f1, g takes, king e4, a2. This is
there is no bishop e5,
cooperative chess. But seriously, you're absolutely right. White is, I mean, if all that happens, white is much better.
No, but king e3 is important move,
King
actually,
d3,
yeah.
right, but I'm thinking, does black have something better than taking on e4? It's still scary, right? Like, I mean, if you don't take on e4, yeah, maybe your rook is not stuck, but white is in full control upper pawn. And still,
no,
like,
it's a rook c8.
Rook c8, yeah.
Because now it's a threat, rook d8 and knight
yeah,
e4.
like after rook c6, you don't have rook d6, agreed. But on the other hand, like if you go to c8, one of the things to do could be bishop d6 is not very clever. So bishop d6 and e5. And then you have knight e8, right? Then you have knight e8, yeah. Fair enough. So rook
even
to
these
c8.
positions look
Even this position,
yes.
yeah, with the king being that
yes,
active.
Yes,
yeah, I agree. Like king c4,
scary.
trade everything, go b4. But maybe I don't need to. Maybe I just go b4, check, right? I go here, you take on e4, and I probably just push the pawn. It might be even not bad for black, objectively, but it's so scary, right?
You know, these
pawns are running very fast. And once again, the with this material, the problem is that, I mean, this pawn, if it goes forward, it costs you a piece. You only have 2 pieces left, right? And you're lucky if you can sacrifice the knight because it's limited by the bishop. So, like, if we imagine both sides have a bishop, then black is kind of at least guaranteed that this pawn will not promote. And typical counterplay would be to try to go after the king side, to take as many pawns as possible, sacrifice the bishop. Yeah. But if you do it here, I'm afraid the pawn will promote, right? It will cost you not the knight, but the game. So all in all, it looks very dangerous. And why Sam Shankland is thinking, I just realized, that he has an alternative, which is b2, b4, and the pawn is not possible to take with anything. Rook e4, as we already know, is met with king d3. Knight e4, surprisingly, is met with same king d3. Both cases, white seems to be winning. So,
then b4
yeah, maybe b4 is even stronger. So here, it's a little bit different story because there is a check. You probably don't want to
defend it, or give it.
No, my first kind of original phrase was you don't want to drop it, so you play king f3. But now I'm thinking, is it true? Like if you do this, is black on time to take and to stop the pawn? Nobody knows. I mean, you take here because you have to, b5, and I'm already kind of threatening this, right? Rook b2, and I go a4. I wouldn't bet on black in this game. Bishop e5 being a threat, like kind of rook go away, right? And a5, b6, and even a6. Very dangerous. So I would go as far as saying that one of the 2 wins, either king d3 or b4.
Okay, it might be both of them, right?
It could be that both of them win, yeah. So Grishuk struggles once again.
Yeah, and if he loses, he will be
clearly
zero
out. Yeah,
right?
Yeah. Then you're clearly out. It's a tricky tournament. It's kind of a sketchy tournament. You have to win games, but you're not allowed to lose games.
Yeah.
It's a short distance, only one place that matters.
Yeah.
Right.
Okay, it has a bit of sort of World Cup vibe. So.
Yeah. Agreed. Like it seems, but that's what we were discussing yesterday. Like the usual pattern of thinking is that I'm in a round robin, right? So any plus result is good.
Yes,
yeah, let's chill.
Yes.
Let's be solid with black and let's maybe win a game with white. So.
Yeah, it's very tricky.
But here at some point you have to switch, like play all in.
So he played king d3.
He played king d3. Okay, here we thought, what we thought, rook c8. Yeah, rook c8.
Okay, maybe we should jump to another.
Yeah, let's move on. Yeah, Rook C8's played.
Okay,
Giri, I'm really interested in Giri Vityugov. So what happens in Giri's game, Rook H4 is something that we've seen, right? So maybe a couple of moves ago, just to show. Yeah, I mean, then you have to go back and back, right?
Yeah.
I mean, it's such a complex position. Anyway, so this is the moment where black is up a piece, white has a lot of forces attacking the king. Rook E8, yeah, to make the rook protected, so that after queen H5 you can play rook F6. And after this check you can go king F7, the rook is not lost. Knight E4 and rook F5. And I have a feeling that black is I think he's lost. No, I think he's lost. It's kind of a check. King F8 again. I keep forgetting about king F8. I thought king F7, rook G4, and something has to break. Still, I don't see how you win after rook G8, but just the feeling that something has to break. But yeah, but if he has king F8, maybe it's not that straightforward. Maybe it's not that straightforward. Still, rook G4, I have a threat, though, of giving a check and winning. Maybe it's vice versa. Maybe he has to go king F7 to have rook G8. So can we check one more time? So this, only two moves, right? If king F8, how do we stop queen H8 check?
Rook F7?
Rook F7, yeah, also attacking this guy. This guy, the rook on G4, is protected with the couple of checks, right? So check here, and then I don't think king E6 was discussing. So we go back, and this is the moment where I go knight G. Oh, sorry. When I probably go knight G5. And again, like I don't see a clear win, but what I see that, yes, who's a piece up? I mean, my question is, who is a piece up, right? If we're only making moves like on E to H files, I think it's white who's a piece up. Maybe he's still not resigning, kind of. Some queen, I don't know, queen F5.
No, queen F5. There has to be something.
Absolutely.
And also, it doesn't seem like white is risking anything, so it's really enjoyable to have it on the board.
So the only question is if black is not lost immediately, right?
Yeah.
I mean, and this is simply a scary situation to be. Like if you are, like if there would be a feeling like black only needs one move, but everything we are looking at, black nowhere near saving. Knight G5 is what he did. Okay, this is right. Can take and can take. Is this? No, he cannot. That's very important that black cannot take on D4 because check and queen D5 check.
There was also rook H8, I think.
Yeah, beautiful. Yeah, that's the other. It's actually very relevant. Yeah, rook H8.
Yes.
Rook H8 wins. Queen H5 and yeah. That's kind of it wins some material back. So what's the material now? 2 minor pieces against the rook, right?
Yeah.
Equal pawns.
Yeah, he took.
Equal pawns. He took and queen G5. Queen G5. That's on the board.
No, but still it feels like black should feel some sort of relief. It might not work, but still it's easier to play.
What do we do with black? Can we... Why I want knight c2 just to take on d4, to be honest.
Yeah.
I mean, as I'm seemingly never on time to take with the pawn. Yeah, maybe like knight d4, c d4, bishop d4. Maybe I can pray for this. So at least one of the minor pieces joins.
Okay, let's say rook e4.
Rook e4, right. And yeah, I mean, I'm not very happy doing this, but let's say this happens. I'm probably checkmated in some way, right?
Doesn't feel right.
Because once again, black's counterplay is like this pawn getting there, right? It's 5-6 moves away. Well, technically 1, 2, 3, 4, but it's 4, 5.
Yeah, c5 was played.
c5 for black. Whoa. But this is just... What is c5? I mean, if I just take... Yeah, I think taking on e5 should just work.
Okay, so if I go queen h5, I don't have a threat, right?
Yeah. No, I think you take, and now your queen h5 turns into a huge threat because it's check, and you have f4 square.
Yeah, yeah.
So that's why it's not like I'm greedy for this e5 pawn. I just want f4 square. And also after c5, the bishop is blocked, right? So for the time being, it doesn't solve. Yeah, now I realize. I mean, now I realize why he played c5. Okay, now it all makes sense. Because first I thought, like, what's the point? Yeah, but this is what he wants.
Okay, he's making a move.
Fair enough. Yeah, fair enough. c5. This makes sense. Bishop d8 being.
No, this is also very easy to miss.
Yeah. Probably not at the game, but queen g6. So it's kind of not queen h5 exactly, but more or less the same. Keeps the rook on e8 attacked.
And on b6 bishop, yeah.
Also attacks the b6 bishop. After queen e6, my question would be what we do. But then we can give a check and take on e5.
Yeah, but what rook e6? What is he playing?
Rook e6, same, I guess. Just give a check. And take on e5, yeah?
Yeah.
So he is winning then. Then he is winning. Whoa.
Okay, maybe he should just take on d4, is it?
You mean like give the bishop,
yeah,
right?
But I mean...
So like c takes. I'm not even sure if white is interested in taking the bishop, but probably he is, right? Probably he is.
No, you can also take on d4. It's hanging actually because of rook e8.
You mean like this?
Yeah.
Like this. Bishop d4, rook d4.
Yeah, it's bad.
Yeah, because still the bishop is hanging, still queen h7 and so. Wait a second, bishop d8? Did we check bishop d8? After queen g6, maybe still at least attack the rook. So check, king goes. I'm not sure if it's a check, by the way. I just played it. I mean, I'm not sure if it's a check on h7. Yeah, bishop d8 at least should be the move if black is not resigning. So at least disturb this.
Yeah.
There is this, the famous pattern, like go to h7, go to h5. But I don't know if how it plays. Maybe it does.
It actually has some names.
I was worried about this, but there is rook h8.
Yeah.
I think Alekhine was first to come up with this, but I might be mistaken. It's like, one of those mythological figures that anything good that happened in chess tactics, they say, okay, Alekhine done it first, yeah. But it does seem to work, right? Rook e6 still doesn't save me because rook h6, queen h6, and rook d7.
Yeah.
The more I look at it, the more I realize he just wins.
Also, Vachier-Lagrave is down to 2 minutes, so... Yeah, he might just be lost.
It looks like that's actually the main threat. Rook h7 not even taking the bishop. I wonder if after cd4 you win by going rook h7, which might be the case. The pieces are too far. Still, rook e6, queen h5 wins, right?
Yeah, yeah, this is really nice.
No. Bishop d8 played. Bishop d8 played.
So rook h7, right?
Looks like rook h7, yeah. Even if he doesn't, if he will end up not playing it, I will not be critical of Giri, because I've learned my lesson from yesterday. Because maybe there is a defense against rook h7, but we are certainly excited about rook h7. Again, bishop f6, this, and king f8. Is this ever?
No.
Right.
Yeah.
This is just bad. And again, we are talking like if you look at this side of the board, right, like the king side, white has an attack and overwhelming material advantage. As simple as that, yeah. As simple as that, overwhelming material advantage. This knight on a3 doesn't matter at all.
Yeah, so maybe we should just jump to another game.
Who's in the same group? Tabatabai and Hare Krishna. Here, whoa. You would think that white castled long in this game, unless you know that move 19 was king g1 to h1, in fact. So we didn't look at it for a long time. So basically what happened, white went f4. Later on some exchanges and this and that, and the king was forced to run at some point. It ended up being like this. That's a threat of checkmate in 1, and the king was forced to run. King to f1 and c5. And one could be surprised with how cool Tabatabai is. Just not being scared. I mean, I'd be scared as hell. I mean, with this king being in checks all the time. Now, the king just gets to c2 safely. Lost some pawns in the process, I agree.
No, and it might just be bad for black.
I don't know. Queen e4. So he is as brave as offering the queen trade. Because if you exchange, this knight is bad and the pawn is weak. Interestingly, like you can simplify it to this moment, right? And after bishop c6, you're just lost because the pawns are promoted. So what happened after queen e4? Wait a sec. Queen e4, queen g1, rook e1, queen g3, rook e3. Is he trying to make a draw would be my question. He's low on time, yes, so sometimes you just repeat because you want to get a bit more time on the clock. Harry, does he have a reason not to?
Okay, so c6 is hanging, so
So
really
you have to at least create some threat, right? Queen g1 does qualify as some threat because queen a1, right? Like queen c6, queen a1, you'd be disturbed with like those checks. Even though, realistically, what's the threat? Like give a check to force the king to e2. This king had been through some, So it might be not enough of a threat for white not to take on c6, objectively.
Yeah.
We'll see. But games are very exciting today. Yeah, we had a couple of draws, but like everything what's going on now is like really, really exciting. So that's Group B. Group C is one game is a draw, Shirov Rapport, and Vidit against Fedoseev. Wow, we see totally different position from what it was. First, material check. Exchange for a pawn, right? White is up in exchange for a pawn.
So did he end up playing knight e4? I'm just curious. He didn't because knights are on the board because
didn't.
it's endgame. So
yeah, he didn't. He somehow find the way. I mean, if we go all the way back to what we were discussing, he somehow found the way to create counterplay. And now I'm not even sure what's happening.
Okay, so white is exchange.
Exchange up for a pawn, right? But black has not even the passed pawns. The pawns are not running anywhere. But black has some squares, right? Like if the knight gets to d3, for instance. So what do we do now? b2 or c3?
C3 seems
C3 kind of safer.
Yeah.
Right. C3 is kind of safer, but then you'd be forced to go to b2, right? And maybe you're fine with it. And the big idea is to go rook h1, give a check, go the other rook to h1, and maybe still play for a checkmate, which is especially unpleasant in a time trouble. Right, bishop c3.
Also, it's very, like, I can imagine this sort of ending up in some opposite color bishop. Let's say if white will be forced to give the rook for the knight.
Yeah, the position is very demanding from both players, right?
No, let's say rook h1, rook h5, it seems...
Yeah, also
it's
kind of a serious threat. Right. It's move 36 though, so at least there is almost a guarantee that they will pass the time control and so on. It is an exciting game, but let's try to keep up with those that are like more in the time trouble than...
Oh, this has finished.
Oh, this is a draw, sorry. Yeah, missed this one. It was kind of kept quiet for some time already. Fredke and Evgenij. So this is the D group so far. It's a draw group, D for a draw.
Oh, first round also they made all draws, right?
2 draws, second round, two draws, right. So that's very, very solid. Okay, so these guys are gone. Vidit Fedoseev, it's this, then Tabatabai repeating second time.
So is it a draw?
Might seem to be the same position, and it is, right? But it's already a second time. So if Harry, wait a second, if Harry plays Queen G1 now, or rather, he can claim, I mean, he can write down Queen G1 and just claim.
Yeah, stop the clock.
Just claim.
Oh, so Anish finished.
Anish finished, and he apparently won.
He played.
Yeah, rook h7, and he won. Yeah, I mean, obviously this discussion is that...
But it's a very nice game.
It is a nice game from Anish,
really,
and
nice.
this is one of those cases where it will be really nice to listen to Anish's explanations about the game. Yeah. So if there is any chance to get Anish on air, it'd be really lovely to do. So one more time. Group D finished. Group C, Vidit Fedoseev is playing. Here, Giri wins 2 out of 2. Tabatabai, Hare Krishna might make a draw, but we don't know. Yeah.
Maybe we should just check again Bakru and Draken.
Yeah. Like board 1 or what it is.
Group A.
Group A, and one of the games, Group A. A lot of moves. A lot of moves being made. After rook e2, he went with somewhat slower approach, king f7. This is a little bit surprising, because honestly, I don't see the reason not to play g5 here. I understand, that the bishop is not very good.
It's very counterintuitive.
Really? No, I mean
because of after h5, let's say knight can't really come to f4. That's also a bit strange. So if I see this knight coming to f4, I would think about g5. But
yeah, but how about f4? I mean, this is what I don't like. That he gets. I mean, he gets to play this f4 thing. Takes knight d7, g5. Maybe once again, maybe that's something that Andreikin had calculated. g5, he's thinking.
And g5 is also very responsible move. I mean, let's say I can take knight f8, knight h7, it can be hanging.
Yeah, that's kind of a weakness. Yeah,
Yeah,
you're
yeah.
absolutely right. It's kind of a weakness till the end of the game, pretty much. But it limits black's pieces at the same time.
Yeah, he took.
He took on g5, right? One of the things that I'm kind of thinking about after 95 is there a chance? Nah, probably not.
Oh, wait, what white plays on 95? Because both pawns, I have two threats.
Which are?
Knight d3 and taking on c4.
Yeah. I mean, one of the versions was that white actually takes the knight.
Yeah.
But it's probably nonsense. Takes king e5 and you take this guy. That's the problem.
Yeah.
That's the problem. And then after d6, you probably have many moves, but rook c5 is just stops the discussion, right? Rook c5, and then you take another pawn. Just white's just winning. Sorry, black's just winning. Ooh, yeah. So knight e5 is the move then. Knight e5. Is c5 ever a move? You probably go with knight d3, right? We are about to find out because knight e5 is on the board. Yeah, knight e5 is on the board. Move 37, we are approaching the time control. We are approaching the time control in probably in most of the games. I don't know about Shankland and Grishuk. Did we reach the...
Oh, this is interesting.
What's that?
Yeah.
It's the pawn endgame. It's the pawn endgame, and at least here, no. I wanted to say they reached the time control. They didn't.
No,
we have an interview with Anish Giri, so let's cut to the interview, and obviously we are back right after the interview is done.
Hello everyone, we are joined by Grandmaster Anish Giri. Congratulations Anish for second win in a row. What were the crucial moments in this game for you?
Yeah, it was a very pretty game, I think, in the end. I think he played the opening very badly. I don't think queen c8. I mean, I don't know why not then queen d7 if you already... But okay, then he thought bishop b5, pinning the knight. But after queen c8, knight g3 is strong. And now I thought he should maybe just give it up. I was even considering just go back. The knight h5. This was I wouldn't take because knight h5, knight g7, queen h6. So actually, it's hard for him already to sack a pawn. Maybe queen d7. Sorry, queen d7. If knight h5, he's got f6, and if takes, then takes c6. I don't think it's enough. Maybe some d4 at some point, but some compensation. Already very bad position. If you have to go f6, so. You've got these pawns f6 and h6. It's always a bad combo. Either you go h6 or f6 because this weakens the g6 square. And also queen is very bad here. At least on d7 it will be more normal. So after I go d4 and here my position is just winning. Close to winning, let's say, the huge advantage. And here I should have just played rook d1. Force ed cd. And the point is that he will try some knight c7 business. Let's say a4 before knight c7. And for this, I wanted already to have rook de1. So I thought I'm very smart. I thought this is very strong move, rook e4, that it would sort of clinch the game. Because now if I go ed cd, then rook a1, I get a better version. Because rook on d1. Exactly. Yeah. But what I missed is the resource that after a4, I saw a4, b4, but I didn't realize that he's got this knight f4 resource. And I missed from afar that there is this knight g5 here. Very nice idea. And if I take that, he's got intermezzo. So this rook e4 was pretty bad, and I lost large part of my advantage. And then I missed one more thing, although I cannot say I missed it. Like I was no longer thrilled with my position after, after knight f4, bishop e6. Sorry, knight e6.
No problem.
It's a bit confusing. Wait, I'll go here.
Yeah.
Yeah. Here, I have a lot of options here. I was not sure how to proceed because this d5 knight g5 is not so clear. And b5 has got knight a5, not so clear, so I decided to just play slow, and I missed, the thing is that, I missed this knight a7 move. Somehow, I was thinking the knight sort of should go this way, so I expected knight d8 to e6. I'm surprised it's so bad. I didn't actually think it was so bad, knight coming to e6. I thought, I have some h4, I have an advantage for sure, and I missed this move knight a7. Luckily, though, he still's got these pieces out of play on the queen side, and there's no one there around the king. So I have this h4 idea. I think he should have gone g4 here. I was not sure how to proceed in this case. I would try to still do something, but
yeah. But what is the idea for our viewers? Yeah, I'm asking
yeah,
for our viewers.
He has
What's
to
the
keep
idea of
he has
g4?
He has to keep the king side closed, because now it's very hard for me to send the pieces that way. Yeah, I mean I have compensation sort of in general. Maybe queen d1, and b5, and now sacking would be too much because there's not enough. So I would have to go bishop before there is c5, for example. I mean, at this point, probably white already has to be satisfied with equality, because I missed two things. I missed this knight g5 trick and I missed knight a7. So when you miss two things, usually winning position turns into a equal position. But he allowed me to execute this nice idea with knight b5. Now I go hg. If knight a3, I go g6, fg. And here was an interesting point. I was considering to take first on e5, because that forces knight a3. But I see now it doesn't. Actually, there is knight c3 again. But yeah, here I didn't see a win. I was considering queen d3 or queen g5, but I didn't see a win, so I decided to go queen g5. And I was a little bit unsure whether he can take on c3 perhaps, because knight a3, of course, is better normally to take a piece rather than a pawn. But after knight a3, he's got these two pieces out of play, while after knight c3, they are both in play.
Yeah.
I was still happy with, I think, rook h4.
Preparing the attack, yeah, on h file, yeah.
Actually, I thought I'm winning here. What's the defense? No, king h1, of course. And rook f6. Yeah, and I have at least a draw, of course, with check, check.
Yeah,
but it doesn't seem that I have more, which is quite interesting. And it makes sense, because he reached my king a little bit as well, and he activated his pieces. So I felt that there could be some defense, and after knight a3, rook h4 is a strong move. I first thought that there would be still a defense for him, but then I didn't see it any longer, because if he goes, I would threaten queen h5, and if he goes with the queen, for example, if he goes queen e6, yeah, then the rook e5, queen f6. I thought queen h5 wins, but also queen g4, as he mentioned after the game. And sorry. And if queen c6, it's very important to go knight f5, I thought.
Why is that important?
Now he's got knight c4, and I thought that this is okay for him, but I see this also wins, but I didn't see how. I thought knight f5 was very strong here. And I'm threatening knight h6, and it's nice if, let's say, he goes queen f6, that after knight h6, king f8, knight f7, I protect my queen, so I can take this. He tried rook e8, which was good defense, I think.
Yeah.
Queen h5. Here, yeah, I thought he wants to go king f8. Was not 100% sure how I'm winning, by the way. Let me see. Take, take. Queen e5, king g8. Of course, I can sort of go back and forth a few times, which is very reassuring. And yeah, I can maybe bring some pieces, maybe queen g6. But there's no direct win, so I thought maybe that would be an attempt to defend. He went rook f6, which I thought also looked very reasonable. And now knight e4, rook f5. And here I took a good decision to play knight g5, because first I wanted to
give a check, yeah?
Yeah, to mate him somehow, but I couldn't quite see this. Then I thought maybe this is good, but then I realized it's not so clear. I think he has some e4 or some other moves apparently. This was not so clear, so I decided knight g5, and then I realized that actually even after my attack sort of slows down, of course, because I lost this h-file configuration and I lost a knight and I gave him a tempo, but still, even though my attack slows down, I've regained a lot of material, so now I don't need to do it quickly. I thought he would do some knight c4 things. Then I probably go queen h5 or queen g6. They look similar, but the computer likes queen g6 more. Yeah, I thought this is very. It's important not to take because there's some queen d2, but I think if I go something like queen g6, I keep
tension. Yeah.
Yeah, I keep sort of the attacking ideas, and also I no longer have to do something urgent because material-wise I'm already fine. So I was kind of happy here. I can just play this position, and there is nothing to prove. He panicked with c5. It's beautiful sort of idea that if he forces my pawn, then there's bishop d8. But in fact, queen g6, also hitting the bishop, and there are just mating ideas after bishop d8. There are multiple ways, but this is the cleanest. Now I'm threatening queen h5, and if he tries knight c4 now, it's too late to bring the knight, because after d I didn't see a defense for him at this point. I think there's just a forced win. I calculated some queen g5. Now I think e6 and queen g4 both were winning. e6 just wins by forced material. I was calculating all kinds of captures, but just simply this, and just capture.
Yeah, another rook.
Just two exchanges.
Just winning.
Yeah.
Well, very good game by you. As mentioned, second win in a row. So congratulations once again. And what are your plans? My final question: what are your plans for the evening? How would you like to prepare for the next round?
Yeah, you put the answer in the question. The evening plan is going to be to prepare for the next round. I think it's good that today is finished a little earlier than yesterday. It doesn't matter so much, of course. I'm just happy to take any win, but still it's nice. There's a bit of time to walk, rest. Yesterday was a little bit intensive because, we had dinner, then we walked. It was already late. I still wanted to prepare, but then it gets already a little bit on the late side. And now, we'll take the time and prepare for another important game tomorrow.
So thank you very much, and good luck for tomorrow. Thank you.
Okay, so that was very happy Anish Giri, having won the second game in a row. He's not only the sole leader in his group, but also already with 1 full point after only 2 rounds. So
yes, that's very impressive.
Yeah, that's a dream start, of course. And probably we should jump back to the games. We only have 3 of them left, and the only which is still didn't reach the time control mark is Shankland against Grishuk.
And probably the most interesting one,
Yeah, that's really, really surprising. I mean, something's off with the clock, so I'll try to update it. No, it says Shankland lost on time, which I don't think is the case. So maybe there is a little glitch, which is very common for, for the DGT boards when on last seconds, right?
No, it would be good if we could see it on camera.
So
that would be
after king e3, he came up with rook d1 move, which is so he basically wants to trade the rooks, and then goes king c2, allowing the trade on g3. And Grishuk decided, I don't know if it's good or not.
Yeah, but
if I move the knight, I'm lost.
Yeah, exactly. Yes, so
it's not like he calculated till the end. You go by elimination process. You just ask yourself, okay, if I'm moving the knight, and then he has all the tempi in the world before b5. Yeah, so knight g3 takes king e7, and this is somewhere where Sam kind of lost confidence because each next move takes him more and more time. b5, h4 takes, and e4. Oh, sorry, a4. That is.
Oh, it finished.
So we simply. So it finished after a4. It was stuck here, right? It was stuck here.
Yeah.
g5, b5. And it simply turns out that black cannot really do anything, right? Because f5 is where I go here, right? Probably have to go with the king. I get.
So e5, there is king d5.
e5, yeah,
right.
it's kind of always king d5.
Yeah.
f4 though. They go here. Yeah, what's to discuss?
No, this is yeah.
What's to discuss? Yeah.
But instead of f5, there was simply no way to play. At least some.
You mean like to wait?
Yeah, exactly.
He probably gets there, and then again you're in some sort of a Zugzwang. Essentially, after say f6, you just go at b6 in the classical way, right? So you have a side passed pawn which deflects the king, and then you go to the other wing and you collect everything.
Yeah.
Right, so second loss in a row for Alexander Grishuk and a win for Sam Shankland, who is on a 1.5 out of 2 in plus. So that means, yeah, might be fighting for the first place in the group. It all depends on Bakruin and Drakin, because there are some updates as well. What we had.
Oh, they repeated the.
They repeated. This is surprising.
It's not. Yeah.
Wait a second. 95. Remember, we were asking yourself what happened after 95. Turns out Rook e4, because after this check, King e3, you apparently cannot take.
Yeah, Rook
because
b2.
this, and you can go on with a check, and King goes here, and the knight is trapped. Wow.
Yeah, interesting.
And what happens next is. Wait a second, so that's a second time this position is on the board, yeah, after King f4. And that's a third time this position is on the board, and it's a draw.
Oh, it's a draw.
It's a draw, so that's a little bit of surprise. Honestly, maybe we should say Andreikin underestimated a little bit, like going for this, or...
No, even this last position, I mean...
So maybe your version is like he allowed repetition.
Yeah, maybe unnecessarily.
By mistake
or
something, yeah. So after King f4, yeah, to believe that that Black doesn't have, like maybe c5 is a threat, you know. Maybe c5 is a threat now. So knight d3, you're forced to go back after King e3, and to play knight d7 in this position, why... It's you who's playing for a win, right? Knight d7, maybe White goes Rook h2.
Okay, so I think we have an interview, right?
Yeah, we have an interview with
Shankland.
That's Shankland. Sorry, Vinny is playing, with Sam Shankland, who just beat Alexander Grishuk, and we will be back right after that.
Hello again. Here is Michał Kanarkiewicz, and we are joined by Grandmaster Sam Shankland, who won his game against Alexander Grishuk. Hello, Sam. Congratulations for your win. What were crucial moments in this game?
Yeah, so it was a very interesting game. He started with this move c5, which I just hadn't checked. I mean, I played a variation that sort of has a drawish tendency, largely because I just thought he was going to want to fight since he was half a point back, and sort of almost terrorized him into playing more dynamically. Those are his words from his own game with Anish Giri, is sort of a similar attitude. But yeah, I didn't know anything after dc5, bc5, and I spent a long time on this move knight d2, which I didn't think was so stupid. There's some lines where I want to play, if his knight goes to like d7, I can want to play f3, e4. I thought in some cases I even want to castle queenside, which seemed very interesting, and I wasn't yet sure if I wanted e4 or e3, and it sort of seemed like an interesting way of playing. And here, after h6, my first thought was to take on f6 and then play with e3, but I think he can play bishop b7 here is extremely annoying, or at least I was having trouble with it, because like, if he takes this one, this I was reasonably satisfied with. I will castle queenside, and I'm sure I see the computer thinks I'm an idiot, but this, I was much more, anyhow, maybe I've rejected it for the wrong reasons, but this was the move that extremely annoyed me, because if bishop d3, I didn't like that he can take g2, and if knight e4, bishop e4 and queen b2. So I came up with bishop h4, and of course I'm sure black must be fine here, but it didn't seem like that trivial. I was trying to calculate, for example, what happens after knight c6, e3, bishop takes f1, and I wanted to take with the red, g5, and now queen d5, and it looks like black has all this impressive activity, but I thought I could play f3, and unless black can do something pretty direct, his position is going to be terrible. And I didn't see it here. I mean, maybe it's there, but I couldn't find. So knight bd7 was fine, and then I think if I castle long, he's going to play c4 pretty fast, so I thought e3 was the most flexible. And maybe I should, in hindsight, I was wondering if I should have taken with the king here, because I underestimated how annoying this weak pawn was. I played rook takes f1 just because I wanted to leave the option open of castle long, but of course as soon as he played c4, that option went out the window. And already when I started calculating here, I did not like my position. So there's other moments. So after rook fc1 here, I thought he should just like make some move, and I'm probably worse, but knight c5 I was surprised by. Here I thought I could get away with this one, and I've survived the worst of it. So I guess up to here I haven't played particularly well. And after knight c4, queen b3, queen b3, I was, sorry, hang on, where was this?
No
Knight
problem.
c4, queen
Yeah,
b3.
here.
At this point, I was expecting him to take on g3, take back, queen b3, take rook c b8, and I believe this is just a draw. Rook c3, rook b7, and I cannot save b2, and I think this should just fizzle to a draw very fast. So this is sort of how I was expecting the game to end, but when he played queen a6 check, already I was starting to think maybe I could be more ambitious. And here, there were some lines I was calculating. I didn't see anything great for black, but I was trying to calculate take, and now the move that bothered me the most was knight d7, and I thought here I could play queen c2, with the point that if he plays knight b5, the knight will end up misplaced. There was another line as well that if he plays rook c7, queen d3, rook a c8, and now b3, knight d7 looks like I'm about to get killed, but I thought I could get away with knight b2 here. I didn't see a refutation. Apparently he can just move his queen and it's still unclear, but there was a line check, take, and king f1, and I thought if anybody is better, it's white. Rook c6, as far as I can tell when he played it, wherever it is here, I believe this is a straight up blunder after f takes c4. I think the game is, I think after queen d3, the position is just horrible for him. So where was this? Go back.
You mean this one, yeah?
After, I think he must...
sorry.
Yeah, it's hard to click right. Yeah, so he must have just missed queen d3.
Yeah, this one.
Because without this move, I think I'm in huge trouble. But after it, I think he's basically cooked. So, because this endgame after take and take, if he plays rook c4, I have rook c1, so take, and I believe this endgame has to just be horrible for black every which way. I was trying to find the most precise way, and it wasn't that easy. After king d3 here, I thought he should try rook takes e4, but it's hard for me to believe this will survive. My plan was to play h3 to stop him from playing rook g4. Now he has to be careful. If I play b3, his rook is trapped and he cannot stop rook f1, so he must put his rook on this preposterous f2 square. And after, say, rook c1, I thought this was fantastic winning chances. I wasn't sure it would be dead over. And the last interesting moment was whether the pawn ending was winning, and I just sort of let my intuition affect me. I couldn't calculate it all. There's so many ways he can put his pawns. He can run his king towards my e3 pawn, run his king towards my g3 pawn. There's a million things he can try. I couldn't calculate, but I just trusted that it should be.
Yeah, so thank you very much for this quick analysis. Congratulations once again, and my final question, what are your plans for evening?
Just get some dinner and prepare for the next game. So Andrejkin and I both are on +1. We play tomorrow, so I guess that'll be an important game of the black pieces, and he's a very good player, so I'll have to be ready.
Thank you very much once again, and good luck. Okay.
Okay, so it seems that we are back after all the interviews. Just to inform you guys that we are left with only one game.
Only one game?
Yeah, it's Vidit and Fedoseev who are playing, all the rest is finished. So we can try to kind of sum up the results. Yeah, for Group A, for Pool A. It's Shankland who won today, and who was that?
No, there was a draw between...
Yeah, Shankland won, and Andrejkin who won yesterday, that's what I wanted to say. Those two are joint leaders, right. Krzysztof having 0 points is a scandal, of course, in my opinion, but yeah, something went terribly wrong for Alexander Grishkin in this tournament. Then Pool B, clear lead for Anish Giri. Almost want to say everyone else is in minus, which won't be true, but Nikita Vityugov on 1, after having lost to Giri, and the other guys, Tabatabe and Harikrishna, made the draw, so on -1, both of them. Anish set to win the group after only 2 rounds. At least this is how it looks for now. Pool C. Draw for Shirov and Rapport.
And we
quickest game of today, right? And Vidit and Fedoseev are playing. And tournament in Group D didn't start yet. I mean, it did, but nothing, nothing happened in terms of tournament situation because all games finished in a draw, right? Each player has 2 draws and 4 games to 4 more games to be played.
So we can say that we will probably see a tiebreak between each player.
Yeah. You know, when I was doing commentary for the first leg, and at some point, it was clear that there can't be too many tiebreaks. There can't be too complicated of a tiebreak. But anyway, the guys in the office, they brought me the rules. And I figured out that theoretically, it can be, I mean, there is a set of rules for the tiebreak of 4 people. So I just thought, kind of, the cringe and also the fringe scenario would be that, like, all draws, and the guys, they're playing, you know, exactly the same tournament, just with rapid time control. No, it won't be the case. Yeah, of course. I mean, something will happen. All right, so we are left with only 1 game, and yeah, both are super creative. Those guys. Shall we go a little bit back? Since it's only 1 game, they've got some time increments, so they will be thinking and so on. I think we should go back to.
No, maybe we can even go back a bit further.
Bit further. Like,
just to see how
that means we are going back all the way, like all the way up to this. Knight E2 was played, and we concluded that white is better. H6 makes sense, and you probably want to keep the pin, right? And then bishop A6, stopping you from castling, and probably saying, C6 is not a very tasty pawn, right? Bishop C6, rook C8. Queen C6, E3 is hanging. Yeah. That's why he included H6. So Vidit came up with surprising move, I have to say, bishop to D1, protecting the knight. Queen E7, bishop F2, C5. And it no longer looks all that bad for black.
Yeah.
quite the opposite.
No, bishop a6 was very, very good move.
Yeah, bishop a6 was a good move, and also like a combination of bishop d1 and bishop f2 leaves you with some doubt at least. Queen d2, rook goes to c8, castles, and here once again the confirmation that Fedoseev has read books of Mark Dvoretsky, knight b8. I'm hinting at, I mean, there was a dedicated chapter, I believe, that sometimes it's very important to kind of admit the mistakes. Yeah, so knight d7 is not necessarily a mistake, but psychologically it's very hard. Like, you had the knight on b8 and you played it on d7. And now the better square is c6, but to go back to b8, to go to c6, sometimes it's hard. Fedoseev thinks that, the knight is better on c6, brought it here, went to a5, to c4, right? b3, queen d8. Okay, it went on, and I mean, whenever something as complex as in the game starts, I just want to fast forward the moves, because otherwise you can analyze it for a week. Bishop back to h4, knight b7. Protecting the pawn and also making sure that the knight on a5 is no longer hanging. Bishop c2, queen a5. Aha, so he traded the queens this way, and then went g5 and went rook e6. Somewhere around this point,
there is bishop f5.
I would be having a feeling that white is getting outplayed.
Yeah, me too.
I mean, like black sees a lot of space and so on. And then this rook e6 comes. It's obviously not a blunder. I mean, so it's an invitation for this bishop f5, which was gladly accepted. Knight b3, h4, trade on e6, trade on g5, king f2. So this is how we got to this very sharp, still very, very complex strategically position. c4, and I think this is what we've seen,
Yes.
And we I was thinking knight c3 or knight b2. Sorry,
Bishop
bishop c3 or bishop b2. Yeah, bishop went, knight went to b2, knight d to c5. Very straightforward. Rook h1, knight check, pawn takes. Now the bishop is under attack. If you move it, rook c2 is very disruptive. Like maybe not so much. Maybe bishop e5 is possible. But he goes with a check followed by check. So now, if you go to g6, it's checkmate into rook g7 and either rook h1 or g4.
Yeah.
If you go to g8, I guess it's a check followed by bishop e5. Or not.
Okay, he went to e8.
He went to e8.
Yeah.
So I'm trying to make a difference. Like I want to go here to attack the rook, so that both the bishop and at the very least, maybe he's the one who's playing for a win. We don't know, right? Because here, at the very least, white has the perpetual, right? Because I was very optimistic about that at first. I thought, yeah, brilliant, rook h1 and the checkmate. But how about this move? So you have to trade. Then black is kind of threatening d2. Ah, no, you have king e1.
King e1 seems to be the only move, actually. Because bishop c3 d2, right?
Yeah, bishop c3 d2. Okay, you have king d1. That means that I go with a check first. And where the king's going? Because now I don't think you want to play king e1, right? So you go to g3, I mean, logically. And then it's rook c1. Then after this, is it even possible to stop the d pawn?
Okay, you can play bishop c3 and it's probably a draw after d2. Ah, there is a check.
There is a check.
There is a check, I forgot. Yeah.
So, okay, I mean, I don't know. I'm not kind of stating anything. But knowing how kind of ambitious, how aggressive Fedoseev is,
he might be playing for
he might be playing for a win, yeah, because king g8 seems to work after rook g7. It's just that white has rook h8, rook h7 repetition. So he went to e8, white went a4, which is even more confusing, if you ask me. I don't understand the thing.
Okay, he wants to take on a7, I guess, whether you go to a6 or a4.
a7.
Just, yeah.
This is the point, okay. Take on a7 and then attack the bishop, and also you are threatening this, right? Kind of bishop b5, rook h1 sort of wins.
Yeah.
So after a4, what does black do?
Okay, so
maybe black is in trouble now. So, I mean, it changes so rapidly because this, you kind of can forget about the d pawn promotion, right? d2 is always king e2. I mean, you can give a check maybe.
And rook a2. Oh no, but then d3 is hanging.
No, but I thought check and see where the king goes. I might have d2, rook c1 contemplate.
But rook a7, b6.
So, but where the kings go?
King g3, let's say.
Right?
Yeah.
The material. For some reason, I thought black already has some pawns, right? So this you just take. You mean, right? And this you actually go b6.
And it's also checkmate. It's not
d1. It's b7 and b8 and then checkmate. Yeah,
no, a4 might have been missed.
Yeah,
easily.
a4, very strong intermediate move, it seems. Now for the safe thinking. Okay, what are other options? Bishop a6, you're right, rook a7.
Now you can maybe try to take on c3, a b5, rook c2, king g3. I thought rook a2, but then d3 is dropping. Yeah. And also G5 is weak. I mean,
in some, let's say, in some
in
lines,
some
the
future,
king just goes right. So, okay, he clearly went. Oh, not clearly. That's me speculating. Can we actually try to stop here once again and guess if he was forced to? I mean, King G8. Is it really like just a perpetual check here? Again, Bishop E5, Rook C, Bishop E5, Rook check. Is there any move apart from? Maybe you don't need to go Bishop E5. Maybe you can do this.
Yeah.
Maybe that's the reason. Maybe because you can do this. Rook C3, Rook B5.
D2. Always
I mean, might be a better version that he has in the game now, but still, yeah, not very pleasant. Not very pleasant. So maybe it's not a draw that he was afraid of. Maybe that's the other thing. Okay, A4, bishop takes A4. You know what? If you want to fight for a draw, then what we do is we take on C3 now. Right? At least there is no B pawn. And
of course.
Yeah. C3.
No, but still.
This doesn't really work, I hope.
Bishop D7.
It works, yeah, but Bishop D7 or King D8 is stupid, yeah, Bishop D7. Bishop D7. White wins the piece back, but King will be somewhere like on C5.
It's not necessary. Right?
Yeah, it's not necessary for White at all. So here, White captures A4. It's a pawn for an exchange, right? White might have some difficulties converting. Maybe a lot of difficulties converting. I don't know. Is White winning at all? Just for some reason I decided, yeah, White's easily winning. D2, let's say.
Rook G4.
Rook G4. No, then not.
Yeah.
You're absolutely right.
Probably King F7.
Rook G4 is clever. I had this set up in mind. Yeah, so like a King E7 maybe, right? So point basically being the king protects the pawn, and then we want to set up with D2 and speculate on Rook C1 if, let's say, if White is trying to get any active. I don't know, Rook B4, D2. And we pretend that nothing happens, we just stay. Like King E2 and pass, I don't know, king hovering around. Could it be a fortress? I don't know. But
I guess I can go Rook A4, Rook A2. No, but there will be check.
Maybe this is with King on E2, maybe this. No, Rook C1, right? Rook C1. Whenever Rook goes here, it's Rook C1.
No, now it's also black to... no, it's fine. Yeah.
Yeah, black can yeah, he's more or less never in the Zugzwang, right? So what White wants is, I don't even know. Is there any way? I don't see any, honestly. So it's important that we have Rook C1, right?
Yeah.
Maybe it's a draw. But first, let's see if it happens, because there might be some other moves. Like Bishop E5 here. Wait a second. Bishop E5 here.
He made some move.
He made a move.
Bishop F6.
Bishop F6. Yeah. So pretty much the same. I mean, not exactly the same, but the same idea to keep the bishop alive. So point being, now Rook C1 does not exchange the rooks, right?
Because D3 is hanging,
yeah,
right?
D3 is hanging, so he deflects the bishop, and so now, Bishop F6, E5, quickly played by
quickly.
Very quickly. Yeah. It's, I don't even know what's that. One of the explanations, one of the reasons could be that he's trying to apply some pressure on the clock because he believes the position is either bad or something. E5. What does it mean, by the way, if he wins? It'll be 2 out of 2 for Vidit, right? It'll be 2 out of 2 for Vidit.
It will be 2 out of 2, yes.
And what then? Rapot on 50% with 2 draws in this group, Shirov and Fedoseev on -1. So it will be identical to Pool B, where Giri is 2 on 2.
Yes, yes, exactly. And also they both had 2 whites, so they really used it well. If it happens, yeah.
E5. So how we go about this? How we go about E5?
So maybe now Rook A7. Is it?
But I have a question. If I take the pawn on E5, what bad can happen to me? So 2 pawns to be taken. Just have to decide which is which. Yeah, you're right. Rook A7 is also possible, and after that we just take the guy, hoping that the D pawn will fall.
I just don't like some E4 maybe.
Yeah.
Then even G4 might be a threat.
E4, King G3. It still might be winning for white, but that's a shaky line. I mean, if you're playing with white here, you probably look for something clearer, like, but still, Bishop E5. What's the big deal there?
Okay, they made some moves.
The thing is, after Bishop E5, maybe D2, because Rook H1 is no longer a checkmate, right? So this Bishop F6 implies that after D2, I'm just checkmating black with check, king goes wherever it goes, and Rook H1.
And you can't stop.
I mean, D1 knight technically, and King G3, and this is the end of the game.
Yeah.
Right, so black going E5. He's trying to deflect the bishop. So here he would actually go D2, and after Rook H1, or white's not on time. Yeah, Rook H1, you go Rook C1, and it's a lot of checks, but not a check.
And if Rook A7? No.
Rook A7, I thought Rook C1 still.
And also Bishop B5 and King E2.
Yeah, King E2, Bishop B5. You're right that you are asking, because I think this is a very good chance that white is still winning this, right? It's pawn up, pawns are weak, and so on. But he probably just thinks that what he's doing is better. Bishop takes, because still the same threat of Rook E7 and Rook H1, right? So he grabs the pawn, and maybe later on we'll be back to this idea, sacrificing, or kind of taking A7, returning the exchange. Okay. So white's strat is pretty much the same, Rook to H1 and so on.
So how can black try to stop it? Actually, Rook E7 is maybe a bigger threat.
Yeah, to start with Rook E7 and Rook H1, yeah.
So is it possible to play Rook C1, there is Rook D3, right?
That's one of the kind of part of the problem.
Yeah.
Again, D2 lost after check and Rook H1. King D8 doesn't really help you. King D8, same Rook H1.
Yeah.
Don't need to look for any kind of discovered checks if I see this Rook H1, Rook H8 checkmate. This is, I suspect that this sequence played by Vidit is just brilliant, honestly. I mean, this A4 and
first
Bishop
A4,
F6.
so D3 can be hanging. Yeah, that's very important.
Yeah, this is like study-like thing. A4 and then precisely Bishop F6. E5, Bishop G5. Maybe attack the bishop again. Rook G6. I'm not very happy about it, but at least not to get checkmated immediately. But then my D pawn was nothing, right? It's not promoting.
Yeah. No, now Rook A7 again. I don't know why do I like this.
Yeah. Wait, Rook A7, maybe I'm winning material with Knight C5.
Ah. Oh no, but there is rook h1.
Ah, there is still rook h1 and a threat of a checkmate. Yeah. Rook a7. Once again, when you play rook a7, the bigger threat is not to take the bishop, but to go rook h1.
Yes.
Brilliant. Because I also thought, like, if I'm afraid of knight c5, I have this. So that knight c5 will be met with a check. But you're absolutely right. Yeah, knight c5, after all that, loses apparently to rook h1. H1, rook g8, and I don't know. I mean, there should be many ways to win.
And bishop e7 looks, yeah.
Bishop e7 was one of them, right?
Even
D2,
though there is d2,
though,
yeah.
D2. That's annoying, this d2 thing. Rook g8. Rook h7, double the rooks on the 7th rank. Can this do something?
It feels like it should be very easily winning.
It probably is.
No, this
is
it, yeah.
And after bishop c6, rook e7 wins.
Yeah.
Oof.
Okay, so he's still thinking, right? Bishop g5.
Yeah, he's got the time. The question is if he's got the move.
No, but he played e5 very, very quickly.
Maybe realizing that's the only move, and then hoping for white to go wrong somehow. And d3 is free to take, right? I mean, if, let's say, black spends the whole move protecting against rook e7, first of all, I don't see how you do it. But even if, let's say, a passive move like rook e6, you can still take a7, or if nothing better, you can also take d3. And it's extra exchange, it's black king under attack.
Okay, so is there something else instead of rook g6?
Don't see really.
Okay, so rook e7 is a threat, and then rook h1.
Maybe what we have to do is go rook c1.
No, then as you said, white can just take on d3 at least.
Yeah, and I was hoping maybe there is, but there is absolutely nothing, no contemplate. Nah. So d5's game. I was kind of slightly hoping for this, and then somehow, but yeah, this will fall apart this way or another. Takes, and even the rook is hanging. No, that's hopeless. Check, king g3. The king is still checkmated, and a7 is hanging, and everything against black. Not even clear what he can do.
Maybe to move knight, but yeah.
Moving the knight to some square, like knight c. Okay, knight c.
Yeah, but let's say rook h1.
Same thing. Check and rook h1 all the time. Yeah. Check. Here I mean, I can go king d8, but it doesn't change anything. Still rook h1, right?
Yeah. Okay, actually on rook, let's say king f8, there is rook g6 on rook h1. But okay, of course.
Yeah, you're right. There is rook g6, check rook g8.
I actually might have it in other lines as well. I mean, this is one of the resources that black can use.
It's kind of king f8, and he's not checkmate.
Yes.
Yeah, you're right. So, d2. We go d2. After this check and king f8, we are saying rook h1, we have rook g6. And this is correct. The thing after d2 is that we can go back to this plan, right? Or check, and now I'm getting confused. Okay, let's say check here.
Oh, but then rook c1.
Yeah. So I have to do for this. have to go for this.
Oh no, this looks.
But I liked it. I liked it more with the pawn on g5. But maybe this is still like good for white. Yeah. Here though, I would believe in some chances at least, like knight c4, rook c2 check. You know, maybe d pawn will start running somewhere. So it doesn't look as convincing. I mean, if I'm playing with white, it doesn't look that convincing to me. He did play knight c5. So we do get this position then. After the check, he's planning this. After rook h1, he's planning this.
G6. Yeah.
G6. What happens if I take this guy? D2, right?
So D2 is a threat actually.
D2. No, rook e5. I don't like D2 to be honest. I think white's winning by going a check. King goes wherever it goes. Bishop c5, d1, right, and just take. I think take all the pawns is the best. So take on d5 and then give a check after bishop b3, right, and take a7.
Okay, rook dh1 was played.
Rook h1 immediately, okay, and king f8 immediately. So this might be sort of a better way, right? So now I'm not forced to go to e7. I can actually take the pawn. That's clever. Hang on, but why didn't he go rook g6? So he went king f8 immediately without this check, right? Rook g6 would seemingly force what we thought was the line. I'm getting confused already. Honestly, I'm getting confused. It feels like king f8 should lose, if you ask me. I mean, I think it should lose. Like rook a7, what's the move?
Okay, he has also king g8 now.
Wait a second, rook a7. He has king
g8.
g8. Because I was wondering, like, bishop e7 and so on. Bishop e7 was a threat and a4 was hanging, right? King g8, yes, agreed. King g8 is a thing.
No, the annoying thing is, like, even if he, let's say, somehow manages to play d2, d1 as we checked, like, it might simply lose. Yeah.
This, not really,
yeah,
right? Because he kind of still keeps the correct pawns.
No, let's say if he ends up with bishop, knight against the bishop or something.
But even these opposite colors, if I would have my bishop elsewhere, like attack the e5 pawn and e4, you know, I don't know how to make it, but say, still, like bishop on a1. I don't know how it ends up being there, right? So, I mean, black goes e4 and you go f4. And this is much closer to white being winning, because you put the bishop on d4. I know how to make it. So in this position, just go f4 and go e4 for black. Black is very generous. He goes e4.
And he doesn't.
I mean, this is I think might be just winning. Because you have two connected passed pawns, and also very likely that if you play f5 and king g5, you might not need the g pawn, right? It's just that's one remote scenario that might happen. Rook a7, king g8. But of course, now white is looking for something more convincing.
So what were we checking here? I got a bit tired.
Bishop e7 was the try, but then of course the scenario where white was winning was totally made up by me. It's not happening. The kind of, I mean, after rook a5, well, technically it does resemble the scenario a little, right? Rook a5 and then, I mean, in the right moment. Let's describe. I mean, that's my favorite chess expression. In the right moment, as commentators say. In the right moment, I will play f4. The thing is, this right moment will never come, probably. There won't be a right moment for f4. Right?
No, how is the position? Let's say f4, I push. Okay, black plays something. Let's say bishop c2.
King f7
yeah,
or
king doesn't matter.
Bishop c2, for instance.
So f4,
f4
and
black takes.
Yeah.
Once again, depends on like if let's say if these are getting or not getting blocked, because I think like one more move like g4 f5 should be lost.
Yeah.
g4 f5 should be lost. So maybe in hindsight, maybe it's better to say play king f7, keep the bishop on d1, so
not
that
allow
if f4,
yeah,
if f4, then the bishop is kind of already on its place. And this is a terrifying scenario, I can tell you, if this happens. Not for the, I mean, not for the spectators, but for us commentators. It's the worst possible scenario when everything else is finished, and we have one game, which is opposite colored bishops with one extra pawn for one of the guys with the rooks. Because basically, the weaker side has unlimited defensive resources, right? And it can never force a draw. So you will have to wait for ages, like 40 moves of hovering, then white pushes the pawn one square, and then another 40 moves, and so on.
No, but I don't think it will happen.
Yeah, I think, yeah, I mean, first of all, Vidit is low on time. He might also, what I was saying, he might also find some more convincing way, even though I don't see it for the time being.
No, there's also some idea, let's say, to play e4. Yeah.
Brilliant. Brilliant. But okay, what's the idea? Just to
okay, on the first side I thought bishop e3 just to,
bishop e3 to threaten to take. But since I'm no longer getting checkmated, can I play bishop c2?
Also, I can't take because of d2 in the end.
The end or immediately?
Yeah,
maybe d2 immediately. Because honestly, if you take, I think this is not a bad chance for white. Takes here, the king is still terribly weak. Rooks are not coming off. I think it might be that white just wins. Might be the white just wins. I mean, black is lucky not to get checkmated, and if he's not getting checkmated, it's almost guaranteed he loses one of the pawns he has to protect with bishop or the rook, right? So you use one of the pieces and then the pawn falls. But yeah, if we come back to bishop c5, d2 seems to work, because it's either checkmate in 2 or d2 works, right? D1 being the next move. And I don't see any checkmate in 2, to be honest. And yeah, let's not forget the bishop is still hanging, kind of.
No, this works. Okay, so he took
complex. E4, d4. And also Vidit is getting somewhat low on time.
Okay, now he doesn't have to think about d2. That was the whole. So maybe rook h7, rook h7.
Yeah. So the question is how big of a threat that is.
It has been played.
Now, for instance, the bishop on a4 is no longer hanging, right? As long as your rook is on h7, right? You can't take on a4, so my knight is sort of free. I don't know what for. What does it do, being free? But oof.
Maybe 96, yeah.
Yeah, like 96 I was thinking, but then it allows bishop f6 and rook h8. And yeah, and you can say something like knight c7, and if we trade,
yeah, you can just show
knight
it.
c7, if we trade everything d2 in the end, white has a check and rook a4. Let's not forget the bishop was hanging as well. And then still there is like d2. I know, d2, king e2, game over, right? d2, anything else, like e3. Finally, king e3, I mean, I'm fine.
95?
95 takes, I mean, I still have enough material.
So 96 was played, actually.
Knight is jumping, 96?
Rook h7 and then 96 was played.
Yeah, so the question stays, what's after bishop f6? What's after bishop f6?
Okay, so first of all, I think Fedoshev is really trying to play on Vidit's time a bit. Because otherwise he would spend some time. It's not a very easy position.
Absolutely. So. Absolutely. But after bishop f6, if it's played, okay, you can force my king a little bit further. Like you can give a check, so the king e3 would be awkward, right? Because of rook e2. Go into the first rank, we eliminate it simply because of, let's say, a rook c1. Yeah, so that's not very relevant. King g3, and then you go to c7, quite possibly with the rook. And then this line no longer works, right? Rook c7, oh, wait, it does work.
How
Never mind. I mean, I take and I go rook a1.
Yeah. This works for white.
Works for white. Yeah, exactly. No, because remember previously we needed the king to stop the pawns, and now we don't need anything. Is this ever? Wait a second. It works for white, we said. It works for white, we said. E3, pardon me. No. E2. Bishop g5, knight d5. Let's play some chess. Yeah, I mean, takes, knight takes. Black is threatening knight f4, by the way. I mean, just to let you know. That's... Okay, I don't believe it's correct. I mean, it shouldn't work. But here it does. But here it does.
Yeah, it's very, very
And actually, you can't even... I mean, white probably has a draw. Okay, let's be serious, but yeah. But yeah.
And how does white have a draw? Just...
Have a draw, just to be sure.
He probably bishop e3 should make
bishop
draw,
e3, knight e3,
and then somehow
trade the pawn.
Okay, weird. So bishop d2.
Bishop d2 is what he did. He decided not to go bishop f6. Okay. So now, it's funny to say, but there is no threat. Right? Like white's not threatening anything. The question is, can black actually use it to his benefit? Rook c2, possibly? Not only kind of being active, but also preparing bishop e8, so that my king will be relatively safe. If it's possible to, king e3. Expect king e3, and bishop or bishop c6, I don't know, bishop e8, for instance. Probably take, right? Or, rook e7.
Yeah, there is
rook e7 wins.
Yeah.
No.
Okay, probably not bishop e8.
I'm getting tired and
maybe bishop c6.
Missing things. But then I wasn't very happy with something. Okay, take.
There's bishop e4 also.
Bishop e4 for black.
Yeah.
I think he'll get checkmated somehow. Like even king takes, rook takes, and there's knight f8, right?
Yeah. Okay, he played rook c2.
We'll see. Rook c2. Not that white can do an awful lot. Has to go king e3. Well, king e1 technically is an alternative, but what's the point? Yeah, there is e3 as well. No, king e3 is logical and should be played, yes. Now, you know what? We were just talking about how white has no threats whatsoever. Why don't we take the pawn on f3 first?
Okay, so I thought the threat might be Rook b7.
But at the very least we have knight f8, right?
Okay.
So you don't play rook b7 when I can take on g2. I mean, that's my point. So probably you just have to take back. But then it's not that many pawns left, right? I can see the scenario where like the last pawn falls, and the only hope is to checkmate the black king.
Okay, so it was played.
E3, g3 played. FIDE is fighting like a lion, I have to say. Look, I think I found some line. It probably doesn't make too much sense. Rook b7. Let's pretend that there is nothing, but bishop what?
Bishop c6.
Bishop c6. Okay. Bishop c6, targeting the last pawn remaining. There's also a crazy scenario like this. King d3, take on d2, take on f3.
No one knows what's happening.
No, you probably just take on f3 here.
No, but... yeah.
I've already declared Vidit as sole leader, right?
Yes.
And you know what? I was absolutely right.
No,
because
even if
because
he makes
I don't think
I
don't think he can lose. But he didn't win this game, by no means. Yeah, he didn't win this game yet. Okay, rook to e7.
Okay, so if knight moves somewhere which is not... Okay, f8, I don't think it's possible, but... Then he will not have this knight f8 as a defense, so...
Bishop c6. Okay, no checks for now, right? Like knight f4. And then you take on if... Actually have this... But even rook e5, I mean, I can't find any counterplay there.
Yeah.
It's like almost there, right? Knight g2, king d3, and then you were supposed to give check from g6, then it would work. But we are getting closer and closer to these study-like positions. Like, you know, there will be no pawns, and then
exactly.
there's some weird checkmate with pieces hanging in the air. Or like the other thought that I had, that maybe like knight on g2, bishop on g6, and white is still winning with some like domination stuff. Yeah.
And it's different when you know it's a study. It's easier to find.
No, but really, what should be the move? What should be the setup?
Okay,
Maybe
they made some moves.
Maybe there is no solution, I don't know. Knight c5. But this feels so wrong, to be honest. It's easy to criticize, of course, yeah, but why I mean it feels so wrong is to come up with a check.
With a check,
Yeah.
Yeah.
And also the same distance between the knight and both rooks. So the knight is basically useless. It cannot attack any white pieces. Seriously, after rook e5, what's his gonna do?
Okay, he has some knight b3 ideas.
Knight b3 attacking the bishop. Do we believe that? Knight b3, rook g5 check, where he's forced to h8. I'm sorry, because this is a checkmate, right? I mean, bishop
it is.
bishop
And rook
b4
g8,
check and rook g8. Yeah. So he's forced to h8, and this is
No,
something that I find hard to believe. Yeah, I find hard to believe that black is.
No, if white could play rook a1, it would be good.
I mean, I think you win like this. I don't know why I want it to be study-like. Maybe you don't win like
bishop
this.
d5?
Rook d5, yeah. Bishop d5, I thought you don't have checks, so I just have to threaten a checkmate, like rook a4 or something. Yeah. Rook a4, rook h2, though. I know.
Then rook d5.
Yeah, the rook d5 is possible.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I actually kind of lured you into this, discussing some stupid studies. Rook d5 is a resource. And then
Rook
this,
g6,
yes, and knight is jumping. You know, here we go.
Okay, so they played some
Yeah, they
moves.
played some moves. Rook c7 and bishop b7. Was that? But that's game over, right?
Rook b7, right?
Rook
Yeah.
b7, yeah, you don't need any studies.
No, even rook c5, both.
Yeah, rook c5, rook b7, or rook b7.
Oh,
rook
this is
c5.
very
It's
strange.
just game. Yeah, rook takes c5 is played. I don't quite understand why he decided to continue. Yeah, rook b7.
No, this is very strange.
There probably wasn't the move, right? There probably wasn't the move. After rook c7, rook c8 is a threat. We were looking at something else. Or I was suggesting this rook e5 stupid move. Yeah, rook c7 is probably just much stronger.
Maybe bishop e8. Was bishop e8?
Bishop e8. But then, wait a second. Then he goes here.
King f8.
King f8.
Oh no, there is rook c5. Yeah.
And even and now
Yeah,
rook c5. Brilliant. Yeah. Because it was still rook c5 and bishop b4. Rook takes and bishop b4.
Okay, so we might see resignation, right? I don't think they will play.
b7.
Because d3 will just fall, so it's not.
Yeah, everything falls. He did resign.
Oh, he did resign.
It's
yeah.
not official yet on a scoreboard, but well, impressive. What can I say? Impressive final part. I'm not sure about the quality. Okay.
Yeah.
Again, you only have to check with the computer.
Yeah.
But the tension and both players actually deserve credit for finding those resources and so on. And then eventually Vidit comes on top. So he did. Yeah,
he finished with 2 points.
2 out of 2. Yeah, he did win, and this is a relatively short round, I have to say. Right?
Yeah.
So right after the time control, basically 4.5 hours. Yeah, that. Remember, Teodora, that was the easiest day of our work here. No, probably somewhere in the final or semi-final. Shorter.
So we're seeing
today's results.
Right?
Yeah, today's results, which I can hardly see.
So we have 3 decisive games.
Only.
Only comparing to yesterday.
Yeah, maybe chess is a draw after all, as one Chinese wise man said. You know the meme. Hopefully. No, you don't know. Okay, I'll tell you. First, let's check the results.
Okay.
So the winners today. Sam Shankland beating Alex Grishuk.
Grishuk is 0 out of 2, right? So
yeah, Anish Giri winning against Nikita Vityugov. Quite a nice game, it seems.
Yeah.
And Vidit beating Fedoseev. So
we have only 2 leaders with 2.
Yeah, so
out of
2
2,
people
right?
on 100%. It's Giri and Vidit. Them leading their pools, their groups with 1 full point. Identical situation, like +2 for Vidit, 50% for Raput, 2 guys on -1. Same, Giri on 2 out of 2.
Yeah.
50%, 1 out of 2 Vityugov, 2 players on -1. Pool A, joint lead. Sam Shankland and Dmitry Andreikin, 1.5 each. 2 draws for Bakro and 0 points for Grishuk.
Yeah.
And as I've coined the phrase, D group didn't start playing yet. All draws in Group D. All draws in Group D so far.
So there are so many decisive games, actually.
Yeah, I have to agree. I mean, you do not expect it, and interestingly, I think that's a positive. Shift from last Grand Prix cycle, because people thought, okay, it's very exciting. Let's make it. I'm talking about the previous, right?
Yeah.
It's very exciting. Let's make it the knockout. Yeah, knockout sounds fun. and players ended up making 2 boring draws to play exciting tiebreak. It would be the case in most of the matches, I don't know, or fighting draws, but still,
of course.
the number of decisive games wasn't that high. And here, even though it's a round robin, but since it's only one place, it puts additional pressure on the players.
No, but it's also strange because, you only one spot, people would generally try to be more solid, but there are also like so many weird openings. It's not like we have Berlins or something. It's really fun.
And quite possibly, like if you compare with the first leg with Berlin, right? Hikaru was the only one not to lose a single game, I guess. No, which doesn't make any sense what I said, because he's the winner. Yeah, obviously he didn't lose any games. No,
he technically could have lost, but he didn't.
Ronian didn't lose any. No, just my point was that there was Wesley Saw who said in one of the interviews, like at the very beginning of the tournament, maybe about the first round, he said that I'm kind of taking it differently. I think it's very important not to lose and so on. He did. No, he didn't qualify. He was caught by Dominguez. So they've shared first, and Dominguez beat him on tiebreak.
On tiebreak.
So it was a clumsy explanation why I think that kind of winning more games is more important than like staying solid, right? But I don't know. And chess is draw after all. Where it comes from? There was a player which I believe most of our viewers will know, Wang Yu from China, right? The guy at some point he had a fantastic season for a year maybe, when he would win every single open tournament he would show up, and then he made it to the Grand Prix series and also was performing in Grand Prix very well, and at some point he played like 70 games or maybe more than 70 games without a single loss on this level.
Impressive,
obviously now you have like Magnus and so on. But or maybe even more, maybe not 70, but it was an impressive number. And and obviously was asked by journalists after one of the games, like how did you manage, not to lose this and not to lose that, and sometimes you would have a bad position. And the guy, he smiled, he said, maybe chess is a draw after all. And it became some sort of a viral meme, and especially...
No, I heard it, but I didn't know where does it come from.
Especially if, if you save some bad position or something. Maybe chess is a draw after all. So here, Vidit proved chess is not a draw. Finding perhaps all the right moves, but this, of course, remains to be seen.
So we are done for today.
It was an exciting day, but also tense day, right?
Yeah.
And there will be more tense days
to follow.
4 more rounds, right? 2 more rounds, then a free day, then 2 more rounds, and then the semi-final and the final, and a lot of time, and so on. Stay tuned, guys. Thank you very much. See you tomorrow.